Here at home and around the globe.
The ARN News Center app never sleeps.
Download it for free now on the App Store and Google Play.
This is the Business Breakfast on your home of news, business, talk and sport in the UAE.
Dubai Eye 103.8.
Hi, you're listening to the Business Breakfast, 6 o'clock on a Thursday morning. It is July the 23rd. Matt Stanley is with me again this morning, a man whose body clock is adapting to the Business Breakfast schedule. He is now on BBST, Business Breakfast Standard Time. Andy Hosey gave up sleep years ago. And I'm Brandy Scott, live on Dubai Eye 103.8. We're on your radio, we are on YouTube. A little bit later on, we'll be on your telly. There will be bits of us popping up unflatteringly closely on your socials. And we've got a podcast as well. Let's look at our top stories.
Yeah, morning. Sorry, me again. Oil crosses $95 a barrel. Dubai inflation hits 5.7%, but poor UK inflation falls more than expected.
Oh, that would be me. Coming up, we've got more on all these top stories. I'm looking at Andy like, could you just earn your wages? Pull your weight, mate. 2025 was the year of funds and family officers moving to the UAE. What's the conflict meant for that expansion? We're going to speak to a man who finds them all their executives.
And the chief economist of Emirates MBD decided to come back in after I made myself busy yesterday when I asked him about his Fed outlook policy outlook thingy, which he said there might be a cut. We had questions. So we've asked him to come back and explain himself. Before all that, here's Andrew Hosey with your headlines.
From the ARN News Centre.
Now, the stories as they happen.
This is Dubai Eye 103.8 News.
The UAE has strongly condemned renewed Iranian attacks targeting Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan and the Kurdistan region of Iraq with missiles and drones. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs confirmed they represent a violation of the sovereignty of the countries and a threat to their security and stability. The ministry reiterated the UAE's full solidarity with the countries and its support for them in all matters to preserve their security and stability. Meanwhile, Yemen's Houthi rebels say they've targeted 2 Saudi oil tankers in the Red Sea as tensions continue to escalate across the region. The group claims the attacks are part of a naval blockade against Saudi Arabia, although one of the reported strikes has yet to be independently confirmed. Several oil tankers have already changed course to avoid the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, raising fresh concerns over global oil supplies as fighting between the United States and Iran entered its 12th consecutive day. And the United States and Saudi Arabia have signed a landmark civilian nuclear cooperation agreement, paving the way for closer collaboration on the kingdom's nuclear energy program. The US says the deal supports peaceful nuclear development and includes safeguards designed to uphold international non-proliferation standards. Saudi Arabia says it marks a new chapter in energy cooperation between the two allies. And South Korea says it will continue pursuing dialogue with North Korea in an effort to achieve lasting peace on the Korean peninsula. Foreign Minister Cho Hyun told a regional meeting of Asian leaders that Seoul remains committed to peaceful coexistence and shared prosperity, despite years of heightened tensions and stalled negotiations with Pyongyang. Plenty more stories on the ARN News Centre app.
Dubai Eye 103.8 Sports.
Sponsored by insurancemarket.ae.
Former Manchester United midfielder Casemiro will team up with Lionel Messi after signing for Major League Soccer side Inter Miami. The Brazilian was a free agent after leaving Old Trafford at the end of last season. Inter Miami is co-owned by former England captain David Beckham. And UAE team Emirates XRG rider Tadej Pogacar remains in the yellow jersey at the Tour de France despite Belgium Jasper Philipsen claiming victory on stage 18. Philipsen won the 174-kilometre sprint into Voiron, while Pogacar safely retained his overall lead. The Belgian also moved to within 7 points of Mads Pedersen in the battle for the green jersey. Plenty more.
Insurancemarket.ae. What if your insurance gave you money back? Up to 8,000 dirhams a year in rewards, free with every policy through the My Alfred app. Insurancemarket.ae.
Poor Andy Hosey. The reason that we put him on the spot is because Andy has had probably If I say the longest, I'm going to be saying he's old. But he is a man who was born with a microphone in one hand, and he has had a long and storied career. And whenever you mention something, he'll be like, oh, yeah, no, I got asked to go on Oprah Winfrey and I turned it down. And you'll be like, what, sorry? Or it will be like, yeah, no, I don't know, X with Kylie Minogue.
I was on Top of the Pops. He
Thank
works
you.
on Top of the Pops. The man is a legend in anyone who was born before 1983.
and it's great. So it is, quite frankly, what we need now. It is a Thursday morning. As Matt Stanley said, he's still here. We've managed not to scare him off. He has a day job. He has children to look after.
Well, they're away. That's the only reason I'm here.
Pay him like no dirhams. And still he turns
It's
up.
a good deal. I just wonder why I'm still working after 30 years in the oil business.
It's kind of like an internship.
Like Robert De Niro with Anne Hathaway.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Isa.
Did that movie end well for anybody, Isa? I've never actually seen
watched
it.
on
I've
a
only
plane
seen the
other
shorts.
day. It was one of those films I watched on a plane and got weirdly emotional. I actually cried to a Ratatouille on a plane once as well. Weird fact.
I got... Oh, am I going to tell
Love
this
that
story
rap.
now? Or am I saving it for when Serena Kelly comes back? I went to the movies at the weekend.
Okay, did you see the Odyssey thing?
Kind of.
Was that good, was it?
Well, so this is the thing. I'm sure that Odyssey is a brilliant film.
Yeah.
However, I forgot, and this is where I'm a bit of a muppet. You're an emotional fish. We know that. I'm not surprised that you cried in...
On a plane, though. I mean, everyone gets heightened emotions on a plane after a orange juice.
Yeah, Grey's Anatomy, funnily enough, on planes for me always used to be my kryptonite.
Ratatouille just really got to me one time, so totally the intern.
Yep. Good.
Sorry for sharing here.
I can't do scary. And I went to see the Odyssey, and as was pointed out to me afterwards, what did you think it was going to be about, Brandy? I did classics at school. For some reason in my head, I thought it would be Anne Hathaway, again, funnily enough, and others sort of floating around in a white sort of toga. Maybe there would be grapes, there would be harps. It's a poem. People would be like saying things in the agora, the Greek market square. I don't do scary and I don't do violence.
But is it because Richard Dean always had an issue with Christopher Nolan films because he used to say they were over dramatic, too loud, and you couldn't hear the dialogue. Is that kind of similar? Is that your
Well,
take on it?
two things. Number one, someone died every 4.5 seconds, or nearly died, or had a sword
Cheerful.
put to their throat, or nearly drowned in a horse, or nearly burnt down, or was turned into an animal. I mean, it was violence from start to finish.
That's what we need in 2026, isn't it? One of those kind of films. Just...
Not gratuitous blood and gore violence,
Right.
but just something bad's going to happen, something bad's going to happen, something bad's going to happen. Oh, look, something bad has happened.
So would you say to the viewing, listening public to go and see it, it is the summer blockbuster?
If you are okay with a bit of, fine. I am not. I left the theatre 3 or 4 times and came back and then eventually just gave up and went away and read a book, which I could do, by the way, because we went at the end on opening weekend and Dubai was booked out. So I went and watched it in Quain and turned it into a staycation.
Okay, I mean, that's the Dubai Tourism Board will love you.
It was, well, look,
Or the Quain Tourism Board, sorry.
you couldn't get all the seats left in Dubai for opening weekend because it was such a massive hit, right? We're like, one there, fine if you don't mind sitting on the screen. Quain, pick your seat.
Is it from a business point of view, was it a commercial success?
Oh, yeah.
Was
Yeah.
it?
It has made vast amounts of money. Go have a look. The other thing that was funny, so I ended up reading a book in a Starbucks in Quain, which was not unpleasant. Waiting for my mate to finish the movie, who loved it, by the way, and called it an epic.
Okay.
But it was so loud, we thought they'd got something wrong with the sound because we were like, this can't be right. Your seats were shaking. And then went back to the hotel, sat outside because obviously the weather was a lot nicer and it's a long film. So we're sitting outside about midnight, having a Google to be like, was it just us? Have we got middle-aged? Because I'd said originally, it's okay, I'll sleep through the violent bits. And then there was so much noise. And every time something's heralded, there's a clap of thunder. And it was like, okay, no one's having a nap here. It is. He's shot it on 70 mil something, cine something film. which means it is so loud that there was someone on Reddit who had posted a photo of a speaker falling out of the ceiling and splitting the screen in their cinema in the US.
Okay, look, some numbers, just from because we are the Business Breakfast, not Jonathan Ross. $282 million worldwide 1 week after its release. Christopher Nolan's biggest opening weekend ahead of both Oppenheimer and The Dark Knight, and seen exceptionally strong IMAX demand because it's very loud.
It is very loud. There are also people who are travelling like to different cities in order to see it in the right cinema for whatever 70mm something film it's on.
Here's a question. Do you remember when people used to almost want to get on flights because you could go and see a movie that was not going to be available in Blockbuster Video for another 3 months?
Yes.
Netflix has kind of...
Killed that.
Yeah, hasn't it? Because, it used to be, you go, oh my God, the Toy Story 1 is on the
ice
air
system,
of the
we'll go and
aeroplane.
watch it.
And I won't be able to get the video because someone else would have got there at 6 o'clock in the morning. For those who weren't born in the 80s, again, I'll refer back to this. Blockbuster Video used to have to queue up at a certain stage, and if it was gone, then you used to get it for free the next week. Do you remember?
Yeah, well, Arrow Valley Video for any New Zealanders listening this morning.
What was it called?
Arrow Valley. It's a bit in Wellington. Arrow Valley Video is still going, by the way, because it is Arrow Valley. A lot of sort of authors and artists and stuff live down there. It's quite a sort of a hipster community, and they have kept Arrow Valley Video alive, which I'm sure is actually Arrow Valley DVD technically, but doesn't have the ring, does it?
No.
And there'd be like 9 copies of a new one.
Yeah, but it'll all be gone.
And they'd just have the empty box on the shelf.
Yeah, tragic. I mean, how to explain that to your children these days? Sorry, it's gone. You can't get it.
Yeah, you've got to wait.
You have to wait. That's it.
Do you not think, though, that the whole delayed gratification thing with whatever you were waiting for, whether it was... And they've brought it back on Netflix with some series. You watch episode 1, I'm sorry, you have to wait till episode 2. I'm listening to a podcast at the moment, funnily enough, a BBC podcast. And you have to wait for... Is it BBC? No, it's Tortoise. You have to wait for the next one to drop. And you want to binge it. You're in the car, you're driving to Queen to see a movie that you will not enjoy. And you think, I'll listen to 3 of those back to back. And you can't because you've got to wait a week. And we're not used to waiting
I
for
agree.
content now.
Yeah, I mean, Clarkson's Farm, for example, massive fan of that. And he kind of binged 3 episodes at a time. I would argue, though, that in this sad sort of environment we may live in, that people are able to stream the episodes in advance. So I think Netflix always want to stay kind of one step ahead. But no, you're right. I mean... I always wanted a new pencil case every week. I had to wait until the end of the year, and all I was left at the end of each school year was like a nub of a pencil, no eraser, and a pencil case that had exactly. But you know, pencils have rubbers on the end of them because people make mistakes. Brandy, as my dad always told me.
Oh,
That's nice, isn't it?
I really like that.
Yeah. I think give me a fountain pen with no ink. But
Were you one of those people who used to get really excited about a New Year's school stationery and that whole...
You can't
crisp,
imagine.
beautiful exercise book in which no mistakes had been made yet?
Yeah, I couldn't. Honestly, I would. The week before. Sorry, again, I'm getting wistful here.
Do you want to explain what an exercise book is to any children that have only ever had an iPad at school?
It's amazing, right? It's like a blank book with lines in it you can write in with a pencil. But I used to like stack up all my pencils and coloured ones, and wasn't allowed felt tip pens. I was one of those kids. Didn't eat crayons. Just say that.
Yeah.
But I did used to queue up in Woolworths. Pick and mix and or pencil case. Best day ever.
I was chatting to the guys at Landmark the other week, and they have Max Fashions. They have a load of brands underneath them that involve a lot of back-to-school stuff. And we were talking about who to get on. We had the guys from Viva Supermarkets on for the first time, so I'd gone and met the PR people to talk about that. And one of the things that they were saying was that the back-to-school time, shoes, books, remember a protractor, pencil cases and all the rest of it, is still their busiest time of year. I reckon I'm going to give them a call because I don't know which of their... They've got a bunch of different brands, different shops. They've got Home Centre, whatever. I don't know which of them is busiest for the back to school, but we could use it as a bit of proxy data for the new school year, could we not? How many pencil cases are actually being sold?
And get pick and mix. Leverage.
I'll have a word
Yeah.
and I'll get them to bring some pick and mix. We're not going to talk about a 50-cent bag of lollies for any New Zealanders who are listening to me this morning.
We took them flying saucers.
Right. Matt, they used to sell candy cigarettes so
They
that you
did.
could pretend to smoke before you were of age to smoke with a lolly just to get you in the habit.
You kids.
Right, 6:15 have managed to talk about no business whatsoever. Let's look at the roads.
Dubai Eye 103.8 traffic.
Sponsored by Yas Island Abu Dhabi. Need a place for kids to cool down and for free? The answer is yes. Book your Kids Go free package now at yasisland.com.
The business of pick and mix is quite the story, Brandy. Anyway, traffic 6:15. There's not much going on. It's the end of July. Sharjah E311's a little bit busy. Usual spots by the industrial area, but it's pretty clear on the road so far this morning.
If you don't think it's a story, Google Swedish candy, which has had this massive renaissance in the UK and other markets to the point that it is selling for ridiculous amounts for sweets.
It's a story. Pick and mix.
This is Dubai Eye 103.8.
Right, business next.
This is the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Sponsored by ADGM. The ADGM app is your ultimate platform for business success. Available in the App Store and Google Play.
The Debrief on Dubai Eye 103.8.
We are discussing the Costa Concordia cruise ship that sank off the coast of Italy in 2012. We're talking to a man who was actually on the cruise ship, Antimo Magnotta.
I don't know if you're familiar with Dante's Inferno. It looked like an inferno. Everyone looked to me like ghosts, soul, wandering. This is something that changed your life, of course. It's something that you will never expect. But I must say that the locals, to me, they looked like superheroes. All of a sudden, I received pieces of bread, hot tea. People, they just opened pharmacies and they were throwing paracetamol to everyone. I remember a woman shouting, "Is anyone in this piazza able to make coffees or teas? Just jump over the counter." So they were very scared and, they were caught by surprise. But they helped us like it was just the day after a disaster.
Weekdays from 4 p.m. on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Sponsored by insurancemarket.ae.
Looking for a good property agent? The search ends with True Broker. Top-rated, trusted agents. Only on Beirut. Beirut.com. Real brokers, real data, real properties.
Dubai Eye 103.8 podcasts.
News, business, talk, sport.
What do the studies tell us about the impact of social media on children?
So we know that since social media was introduced, as well as the front-facing camera, that the level of anxiety and depression and self-harm has increased dramatically globally. So we have data from multiple countries all over the world showing increased levels of hospitalizations due to self-harm from teenagers. They're more depressed and more anxious than any time in history, really, since the Great Depression.
One criticism is that banning children from social media doesn't teach them how to use it responsibly.
I don't see it that way. I see it as we need to understand when the brain is developmentally ready to self-regulate.
Hear this podcast in full now at DubaiEye1038.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
More of the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8 is coming up next.
Sponsored by RackBank. Earn up to 2% annual interest with a RackBank business account, plus unlimited cashback on Forex. Apply now at quickapply.rackbank.ae.
The Score on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Give us an insight what it's like being part of UE Team Emirates XRG.
It's not easy for me. It's hard to believe it that I'm able to do it. Sometimes it's hard to believe it. I'm a young guy. I see these guys on TV. It's not hard to realize that every day I work for the team and now they put me on the line to fight for the best races. On the training, I'm really criminal with the way that I work for. But when I put the jersey for the race and I go to the bus and I do the routine, I do with pleasure. At the same point, I asked the team, "Are you sure?" So I try to be realistic with this. I try to get used to it, and for sure I want to believe in myself that I am able to do it.
Join the conversation
Weekday evenings from 7.
on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Car insurance with stress-free claim assistance? PolicyBazaar.ae offers you the lowest price guarantee, your choice of over 20 insurers, and end-to-end claim support with more PB Advantage benefits. Visit PolicyBazaar.ae, where the UAE gets insured.
Dubai Eye 103.8, One to Watch. Your weekly pick for what everyone's talking about.
7 years after the series wrapped, Game of Thrones is still one of the most watched shows on OSN+. Set in the world of Westeros, the fantasy epic follows rival families battling for power, survival, and control of the Iron Throne. Its enduring popularity shows just how strong the series remains with audiences in the UAE.
Find out what's captivating audiences next time on Dubai Eye 103.8, One to Watch.
This is the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Sponsored by Dubai Investments. Powered by Diversity. Investing beyond today.
Good morning, you're listening to the Business Breakfast. Brandy Scott looking at your news. Matt Stanley is tracking ships. If anyone would like to sponsor a maritime report along with the traffic, do get in touch with us this morning, 4001 0487 5500. He is keeping an eye on the strait. He works for a company called Kepler. It's one of the things that they do for a living. I take it you've got some kind of fancy software on your laptop that can let you see this.
You'd be right, but I can't log in.
Back to that We're Middle-Aged chat. 21 minutes past 6. Let's look at the markets. We know how to do that.
The markets on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Sponsored by Mashrek NeoBiz. Open a business account digitally in 1 day or get 1,000 dirhams. Earn 3% per annum for the first 3 months. Unlimited free local transfers and free WPS. T's and C's apply.
Oh, it's earnings season, which is my favourite time of year, except that it happens 4 times a year. So it's even better. I might just postpone my holidays so that I can stay for the rest of it. No, we've got tech stocks largely this week and next in the US. Everyone has been waiting to see, A, how much money AI-related companies are spending on AI, and B, whether anyone's making any money from it. They will be punished for spending money to invest in the technology that everyone wants them to invest in, because if they don't invest in the technology, they will be punished by shareholders for not investing in the technology and therefore potentially not keeping up with the Joneses and leaving everyone behind. You cannot win here. Alphabet Q2 earnings and revenue have beaten expectations, but the amount of capex, so in English, money they're going to spend, is too high, according to investors. And so the stock has sunk in extended trading. We're going to look at Tesla for the same reason a little bit later on. But if you expect any sense out of the markets this week, I am just going to tell you in advance that you are not going to get it. In the US yesterday, we had red arrows completely above the board, because of those tech earnings. We are still in the green this morning in Asia.
Commodities.
Sponsored by EGA, Emirates Global Aluminium. Together, innovating aluminium to make modern life possible. Visit ega.ae to learn more.
Yeah, the even if market continues on commodities, I'm afraid. Let's start with precious metal just quickly. 4117 an ounce, down 35 on the day, $35 an ounce. It's down 0.85%. Is it going to break through that $4,000 an ounce? We had someone on Monday who thought it might. Will it? Crude oil, though, that's the story. Well, actually, diesel's the story, but I don't want to tell you it's $167 a barrel in Europe, so I won't tell you that. But Brent oil, do we break 100 this week? It very possibly. There were apparently some strikes on tankers in Saudi Arabia and the Red Sea. We've seen another tanker turn around. There's a lot going on. I'm going to try and log in and see if I can help you.
Did you forget your password, or is it just that you're not in the office?
Yeah.
You're listening to the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Join the conversation.
Okay, so here's the thing with markets this week. They're not going to make any sense. They're going to be mental. We are going to put stories on that lack of sense, because that is what you have to do. Rich always used to say that when he worked at Bloomberg, you always had to have an opinion for why a market was going up or down. Was it Bloomberg or was it Reuters? One of the others. This isn't my story, this is his. Because you couldn't just say stocks move, we don't know why. And every commentator will attach a narrative to what is happening to stock markets because that's what you are paid for. If you are an equities analyst, for example, you can't just say to your client, do you know what? Everyone's gone mad. You have to say, oh, it's doing this because X, it's doing this because Y. But really, no one quite knows what they want tech companies to do right now. Well, no, that's a lie. They want them to do two things.
But they want them to go up because everyone's invested in them. Simple as that. Look, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I said this to you a few weeks ago. There is so much reliance on AI demand growth that everyone's looking at the numbers going like squirreling through them, like just in case there is a modicum of negativity in growth, and that's why markets seem so fragile.
Okay.
That over leverage on that particular part of what seems like the whole financial world right now scares me a great deal.
That's fabulous.
That's it. That's all I've got.
Okay. You just told me I was wrong.
No, I didn't tell you wrong. I'm just saying that what you're saying is that people can't make sense of it right now, and I disagree. I just think people want to read one headline, and that's AI demand growth's got to be fine, and don't worry about it. Earnings were great. That's it.
Okay. I'm going to respectfully disagree with you on two fronts.
Brilliant.
Number one, what I actually said was people don't know what they want right now. They want companies to spend on AI, but they don't want companies to spend a lot of money on AI in case it doesn't pay off. So stocks that are, we'll call them AI adjacent, although everyone now is also in AI, but rather than the chip companies, I'm talking now about the people who buy the chips, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm looking at Alphabet and I'm looking at Google. People want companies to spend on AI. They're nervous that Apple, for example, was a little bit later to the party with the AI stuff.
Intentionally?
I don't know why we saw those first AI-enabled sort of Apple phones ship without really the AI ready to go, but they could use it when they had it type thing. So they want companies to invest in it. But they don't want companies to invest too much in it. So they get worried about the CapEx spend. They get worried about the amount that the likes of, and I'm just choosing Alphabet and Google because they reported their earnings yesterday and they're in front of me. They want people to invest in it. But they also don't want people to invest in it because they don't want them to spend a lot of money that goes absolutely nowhere. Actually, if they're looking for one thing, they're looking for payoff and they're looking for examples that it is making money back. So I'm going to use Alphabet as an example here to tell us why we're both right. How's that? As your mum would say, you and your sister, Matt.
Diplomacy.
You're both right. So
She didn't say it.
We saw Alphabet, Google, to those of us that were born more than sort of 15, 20 years ago, beating expectations for their Q2 revenue. They saw an 82% jump in cloud revenue, and that effectively is their 82%. AI play at the moment. So their cloud revenue was up 82%. They saw, what else did they see here that was quite nice that they liked? They saw a massive expansion into the CapEx spend. 2026, we were expecting them to spend sort of about 180 billion. They've said no for the whole year now. It could be as much as sort of 205 billion. Their CapEx has grown 100% year over year. And that is what made investors nervous yesterday. So despite the fact that the AI revenue grew, the CapEx grew 100% year over year, and investors are a bit nervous. Now, it's not a perfect analogy because there could be some profit taking in that.
Yes.
Which is when people make some money out of a stock and then they think, right, I'm going to get out now, I'm going to bank that.
You're the good old-fashioned way of trading.
And
take
we'll
some profit.
Play again tomorrow. Also, please bear in mind that a lot of these are not human decisions because a lot of these are going to be algorithms that are now trading in funds. And most of the algorithms are set to do kind of similar things, and so you get similar swings. The bit actually out of Alphabet's earnings that I'm the most interested in is the fact that search revenue grew by 17%. And that's good old-fashioned search.
Here's a question for you, just quick.
I thought AI killed that. Go on.
On that question, do you think last year people bought into the fact that everyone was spending on AI and now want to see the results from that spend on AI last year?
Yes.
I think that's where we are in the market.
Yeah. That's it. People both want and don't want them to spend. Because if you don't spend, if you say, this AI, this horseless carriage, Matt, will never catch on.
Yeah.
We are not investing in it. People would absolutely abandon your stock.
What is this television you talk of?
But if you put money into it, everyone's like, I'm not sure that's going to make anything back.
That's really interesting.
Do you know what people were searching for that drove search up by 17% in Q2?
Do I want to know?
You would have done it.
Well, go on. Before I get cancelled.
World Cup.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Good morning, I'm Andrew Hosey. Sharjah police have fined a driver 2,000 dirhams after he was caught driving with a windscreen sunshade that obstructed his view. Elsewhere, the US military says it launched a new round of strikes on Iran at President Donald Trump's direction, marking the 12th successive night of American attacks. And the US and Saudi Arabia have signed a landmark agreement on peaceful nuclear cooperation. For more on those stories, head to the ARN News Centre app.
This is the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Sponsored by JAFSA, a complete business setup ecosystem for global trade. Visit jafsa.ae. Future Ready with the Project Management Institute.
From AI to major infrastructure, the UAE's ambitions rely on the skills needed to deliver increasingly complex projects. Hani Al-Shazli, Managing Director of PMI Middle East and North Africa, says its partnerships across the UAE go well beyond agreements on paper.
What I personally find particularly encouraging is that these partnerships aren't simply ceremonial agreements. These are about capability building with organizations such as Dubai Police, Hamdan bin Smart University, Ministry of Interior, Abu Dhabi Chamber of Commerce, Zayed University, to name a few. Those are all helping to strengthen the project delivery capabilities, so developing the future talent across the UAE. And these collaborations demonstrate that project management has become strategic capability, not just an operational function.
Elevate your career today with the Project Management Institute. Visit pmi.org to learn more.
Cruise through your weekend with Motormania.
Imran, who's on the line.
Love listening to your show on Saturdays.
What do you do to get over a stressful week in the office when it comes to jumping in the car?
I try to convince my wife to hop in with me and take her on a long drive. Last weekend, I drove to Ras Khaimah.
Nice. Yeah, I was down in Hatta a few weeks ago. Really enjoyed it.
It's always good to get out of the city, isn't it?
Join the conversation on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Every Saturday from 10 a.m.
Fell sick in India, but health insurance is from the UAE. Now pay from your pocket.
Avoid the horror of two different health insurance plans. PolicyBazaar.ae exclusively offers NRI care. That means one health insurance plan is enough to cover all 7 Emirates and over 1,900 plus Indian cities. Best health insurance? Choose PolicyBazaar.ae.
Keep up with what we're doing.
Find Dubai Eye 103.8 on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
Inspiring the UAE to join the conversation.
This is Dubai Eye 103.8.
My bank gives me 6.25% per annum on savings.
My bank does too, plus free ATM withdrawals globally.
Mine too. Plus, I get 0 fees on local and international transfers, as well as stock trading.
Do you also get up to 5,000 dirhams joining bonus?
Are we both with Mashrek Neo Plus? Get the best with fee-free everyday banking plus 6.25% interest annually. Mashrek Neo Plus is here to stay. Apply now on Mashrek mobile app. T's and C's apply.
Navigate the highs and lows of life on Afternoons with Helen Farmer.
I've been in the UAE a long time, and there's always been this myth, this trope that, the summer is dead. There's no point in job seeking. No decisions are made during the quiet summer months. Shazia Baruchi is a career strategist.
It definitely is a myth. Everybody thinks, there's a mass migration. People go and have a break, which is great, and I encourage everybody to have a break. There's still hiring going on. It's just that the response is a lot slower. It might be that you're planting those seeds in the summer, and then you'll actually reap the rewards after summer, and maybe recruiters are on a break, the responses are a bit slower, but there is still hiring never stops.
Join the conversation on Dubai Eye 103.8 weekdays from 1 p.m.
What if cycling 1,000 kilometers could change your life? Not all at once, just one ride at a time. At Wolfies, every new bike comes with a challenge. Ride 1,000 kilometers in 90 days. Complete it and earn your limited edition Wolfies jersey. Cycling isn't just a sport. It's energy, it's freedom, it's health, and you become part of a great community. Buy your bike, accept the challenge, and become a cyclist. Wolfies, over 23 years of cycling in the UAE.
Dubai Eye 103.8, One to Watch. Your weekly pick for what everyone's talking about.
Ride or Die is a sharp, fast-paced action comedy with a big twist. And it's this week's top English language series on Amazon Prime Video in the UAE. Best friends Debbie and Judith go on the run together after Debbie learns that Judith has been living a double life as an international assassin, and the two must repair their friendship while staying ahead of dangerous enemies. UAE audiences will enjoy the mix of humour, action, and the fun buddy dynamic at the heart of the story.
Find out what's captivating audiences next time on Dubai Eye 103.8, One to Watch.
This is the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
When travelling, stay connected to your business with up to 3 times more roaming data with E&. T's and C's apply.
Good morning, you're listening to the Business Breakfast 24/7.
Business headlines on Dubai Eye 103.8.
All right, looking at the top stories making headlines this morning. Dubai inflation rising to 5.7% in June. That wasn't me coughing, that one was Matt Stanley. On the back of higher fuel and food costs, although monthly gains rose at their lowest pace in several months, if you follow me.
Yeah, meanwhile, UK inflation fell to a 15-month low of 2.6% in June as the country gets a new Prime Minister, cuts the cost of buses, pledging to cut the cost of living and everything else as well. That's on the back of food and petrol prices.
DP World signing a 50-year concession agreement to develop 2 new container terminals in Fujairah. They are looking to expand UAE port capacity and create an alternative trade route outside the Strait of Hormuz.
That's an interesting one. We've got him on later on. Darren Clark, CFO of Commercial Bank of Dubai. They've just reported the first half net profit of 1.7 billion dirhams with a B, up just over 1% as its loan book crossed the 100 billion dirham mark for the first time. We'll be speaking to Darren at 7:30.
Is it disrespectful to call the CFO of a major bank Dazza because he's an Australian?
Clarkey?
Asking for a friend. Telecoms operator Do reported a 12.6% increase in its first half net profit. That was supported by higher service revenue and growth in its fixed line business.
And in global markets, big tech earnings were mixed overnight, with Alphabet reporting just a mere 14% jump in revenue to nearly $120 billion on strong AI and cloud demand, while Tesla and IBM reported weaker than expected results.
This is the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Join the conversation.
Oh, it's earnings season. I love an earnings season.
Yeah, me too. I can't, honestly, I love it.
Okay. It's just that there's something new every 5 minutes.
Yeah, they're right.
And if you are a person who appreciates a little bit of dopamine, it's fun.
Yeah, but other earning seasons are available.
I know, 4 of them a year, isn't it brilliant?
Yeah, no, but not that. Yes, you're right. But everyone just seems to be centred around 5 or 6 companies these days.
Yeah, that is the worry in the US markets.
Yeah.
Hugely.
It's not your McDonald's anymore as a proxy for how people are going out, or your Starbucks or whatever it might be. But it's Alphabet, it's Amazon, it's Apple, it's only really those 5 or 6.
Yeah, so that is, and the concentration of the AI play is a big one that people are worried about. You can't escape it if you've bought into any sort of, well, actually no, because it depends on the type of ETF. There's a lot of ETFs out there, but if you've bought something vanilla, I own a bunch of ETFs, exchange traded funds that do things that I don't need to think about, and they buy they're literally called all world markets. Yep. And they're weighted so that about 85 to 90% of it probably goes into the US, because that actually is the weighting of the world's stock markets. Probably slightly less. The vast majority is put into US indices, and we're talking the boring indices, the S&P and the Dow Jones, so it's the biggest companies by market cap in the US, and the rest is divided up into probably Europe, they're boring for a point, and you don't think about them to the point that I've bought the ones that have got the dividends that then reinvest the dividends, so I don't even need to think about that. I will therefore have exposure without even knowing or thinking about it to this AI play, particularly since we've now got, is it Alphabet that's now included in the Dow Jones? One of them moved into it the other week.
Yeah, I think so.
So
Meta. When are Meta numbers out?
There's a lot of, I still think of them as Facebook.
Yeah.
Soon, but not yet. We've had Tesla, which has missed on its earnings. It's about cash flow. The cash flow, I saw a headline earlier, and again, people are putting theories on a lot of this. There's a lot of investment by the company in AI. That's one thing. And I did see something also about subsidies and lower cost versions of some of the vehicles, which may be eating into that as well. We will look into these in detail. We've got CBD coming in. They're always the first ones we speak to.
A strong set of numbers.
If other banks would like to speak to us, knock yourself out. Darren always comes in, and it's great because he's a clever bloke who is very good at telling us the stories behind the number. And the last time we spoke to him, which was actually at a villa in the Jumeirah Beach Hotel with really nice snacks.
Okay, nice.
Because we were doing an outside broadcast. We'd started to see increased provisioning at CBD and most of the other banks as well, by the way, which means the amount that banks are putting aside for bad loans. And we said to him, look, is this because you can see sharks on the horizon? You can see some bad loans, so people not being able to pay their debts, so defaulting effectively, whether that's a mortgage or a commercial loan or a personal loan. Is there something there that's making you nervous in the loan book, or are you just being extra cautious because of the conflict? He said, we're being extra cautious because of the conflict. And if I look at their numbers, I can see that, A, they've increased that provisioning again quite substantially, but their bad loans have actually decreased.
Yeah,
so their loan quality has got better.
But
So
its
more
loan-
people paying it off on time.
Its loan book has also crossed 100 billion for the first time. So is there some extension of financing, some increased financing, some refinancing? I think that's the important sort of.
It absolutely is. You will. Well, and this is the other thing I want to talk to Darren about. So, Darren, if you're listening, that was very clever of you. You're now getting a heads up to your interview questions. I'm curious as to whether or not, because we saw a lot of stimulus go into the banking sector and support from the government, as you absolutely should do in times when people are a little bit nervous because something's going on. I give you COVID, for example, and now the conflict. So are banks using that to give a little bit more flexibility to their customers? We know that for small companies particularly, it is all about the cash flow, isn't it? You can have a great business, you can have a humongous order book, you can have customers lining up the streets, but if you don't have the cash flow because people are on 90-day terms, and we're not always the best at sticking to our payment terms in this region, the cash flow will sink you.
Yeah, but it's different. Yes, you're right, absolutely. But I'll tell you what's different is that this is how the banking sector has matured. There was no test scheme as there was in COVID. So there was government subsidy reliance. You know, the banks, the central bank obviously came out with this big, was it called TESS? Is that right?
Yes, well done.
Yes.
I'd forgotten.
Yeah, no, I don't know where that's
I don't
come
even remember what
from.
that
I
stands
just
for.
pulled that
Yeah.
out of the old. Yeah, and so I think
It's still working, Matt.
The banks haven't had that ability. Whether I don't know. I'd like to find out from Darren if there was a kind of consortium of CFOs and CEOs that got together and said, "Should we speak to the central bank?" And they all said, "I think the balance sheet's strong enough." That's the interesting part.
Your memory is brilliant.
It was about 100 billion dirhams, wasn't it, or something?
I'll stop showing off now.
Was it?
Did you look this up earlier?
Honest, Isa.
Isaac, could
She's
you
accusing me
search
again.
his search history? You are literally bang on the money. So the Targeted Economic Support Scheme,
There you go.
TESS, that did come out during COVID to give temporary financial relief to individuals, SMEs and corporations, which was worth 100 billion of your dirhams.
That's a large
Well
Stanley.
done,
You've still
you.
got it, son. Form is temporary.
So you're right. There hasn't been a pool, as it were. What banks have been allowed to do, and there's been large amounts of things. There's been lots and lots of different things. But one of the things that they've been allowed to do, I think, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, is look at the ratios of what they're keeping. We're really, really conservative in the amount of cash that banks need to keep and what our ratios need to look like. So we've got some room there to play without it being a bit of a worry.
But it goes to show you how strong the bank's balance sheets are now not compared to COVID, but maybe the lessons have been learned. Just on the earnings thing, just quickly, I'm really, really interested to see what BP and Shell look like, because I think they will have had record first halves of the year.
Oil company makes money in high oil price environment.
Shocker.
Wow. The CBD loaning, yes, their loaning is up by about 3%, which is interesting, because not only does it mean that they're still lending, but it also means that people are still looking to formally borrow. So we've got a lot of questions for Darren. He's very good at taking their results and giving us a picture of what is actually happening in the wider economy. We have got Do, and I know that our producers will be looking to chase them. One of the things that we look at Do for is what's happening in mobile and fixed line and all the rest of it. Mobile grew by 1.6% in Q2. Fixed line by a bit more, 5.5%. They say themselves, and I appreciate them saying this, that it reflects lower activation levels since the onset of the regional conflict. So less people taking out and activating new mobile subscriptions.
Okay.
Bear in mind that we also give them to tourists when they come in the country. Remember,
That's
you get
true.
that little free SIM card. So that, I'm guessing, will absolutely have been affected. Let's look at the roads. Let's see how multi-talented Matt is this morning. He of the giant memory.
Dubai Eye 103.8 traffic.
Sponsored by Yas Island Abu Dhabi. Need a place for kids to cool down and for free? The answer is yes. Book your Kids Go free package now at yasisland.com.
I mean, it's just a sea of green. It's wonderful. Apart from Sharjah, usual routes, E311 industrial area, a little bit slow. No accidents to report of. Just a little bit slow coming from Safari Mall in Sharjah on the E311, and then a little bit slow E6. Oh, one crash. He spoke too soon. Stand, shush. From Sharjah, on the E611 going south towards Jebel Ali. Just take care of the roads.
Dubai Eye 103.8.
Oh, I can see our first guest. We had him yesterday. We asked him to come back. He got up early for us. Nick Stadtmiller from Emirates MBD.
Dubai Eye 103.8's weather check.
Sponsored by Air Arabia. From iconic landmarks to unforgettable cuisine, discover Rome non-stop from Sharjah. Book now at airarabia.com.
Plenty of sunshine today, but hazy, a little less humid than yesterday, with a high of 39 degrees. Sunset in Dubai at 7:10 this evening.
More coming up next on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Your home of news, business, talk and sport in the UAE.
Time check with WEO Bank. It's coming up to 7 a.m. WEO Bank is born to back you, your business partner to help you grow. Download the WEO Business app.
Set the agenda for your day.
I can tell my colleague, our sports presenter here on Dubai Eye, that I spoke to Erling Haaland before he did. Erling Braut Haaland has been just the viral sensation of the World Cup. This Haaland effect has spread so far and wide that it seems I have him on the video camera across from me right now. Although, of course, it is not Erling Haaland. Model Anastasia Kostromitina is the spitting image of the Norwegian footballer.
Well, the first time I heard about it was about 4 years ago. And to be honest, I was kind of confused that people compared me, to a man. But now I embrace it actually, because I used to be a professional tennis player, and being compared to such a great athlete is actually not offensive at all to me.
Join the conversation on Dubai Eye 103.8 weekdays from 10 a.m.
Chris Fade sits one-on-one with Gary Brecka, the man who spent 20 years predicting when people would die, then built a career teaching them how not to.
Sedentary lifestyle is now the leading cause of all-cause mortality, right? So what is sitting is the new smoking. sitting
Just
is
because
the
of
new
our
smoke.
phones, just sitting on our phones. Or
Yeah,
watching
and we also think that
Netflix
connection comes through our phones. Connection comes from what we're doing right now.
One-on-One with Chris Fade. Listen on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and watch the whole episode unfold on YouTube.
More of the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8 is coming up next.
Sponsored by PolicyBazaar.ae. Health insurance that gives you no claim bonus, auto recharge, and claim support in under 30 minutes. PolicyBazaar.ae, where the UAE gets insured.
It's summer and it's time to switch off. But when business travels with you, staying connected matters. That's why this summer, with E&. Business roaming offers, get up to 3 times more data on select plans. So whether you need to reply to an email or attend a virtual meeting, you're always ready. Our roaming offers start from 60 dirhams per day. To know more, visit eand.ae/business roaming or dial *177# to subscribe. T's and C's apply. E&. Go for more.
Don't wait weeks to get started. With Rakez, you can start your business from just 6,000 dirhams and get your license in as little as 5 minutes. Join thousands of businesses who've chosen Rakez as their gateway to growth in the UAE. Start today at rakez.com/radio.
The Score on Dubai Eye 103.8.
You've talked a lot about the fact you're now kind of focused on wellness, longevity, mental, physical, spiritual, all the rest of it. When you were a UFC fighter, was there a structure there that could look after your well-being? If you had a problem, Alistair, whether it be physical or mental, did you feel there was an avenue at the UFC to say, Dana, I need help here? Or is that something that they just didn't cater for?
I think no. Absolutely not.
Has that changed?
Well, I don't know because I'm not in touch with him.
Have you spoken to Dana since?
No.
You gave 10 years of your life to that organisation and you've not had a single thank you, a single phone call of appreciation, nothing.
Yeah, it's a little bit sad. And what you then see is monopoly and then creativity kind of dries up, right? And yeah, who's doing that? I don't know, but it is.
Join the conversation.
Weekday evenings from 7
on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Progress is built through smart investments. For over 3 decades, Dubai Investments has contributed to the UAE's growth through a diversified portfolio spanning across real estate, manufacturing, healthcare, education, financial investments, services, and others. With innovation, resilience, and long-term value at its core, Dubai Investments, powered by diversity, investing beyond today.
This is the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Sponsored by Bayut. Want to know what a home is actually worth? Get instant home valuations in seconds with True Estimate on Bayut.
Good morning, you're listening to the Business Breakfast 8 to 7.
Currencies.
Sponsored by insurancemarket.ae.
Yeah, morning. Right, I got into a bit of trouble yesterday because I didn't mention any other currencies apart from dollar sterling or the euro. So here we go. Pakistani rupee to the dollar's 277.5 right now. Indian rupee 96.5. Philippine peso 61.80. Cable's still pretty boring, just touching around 134. Keep your eyes on those.
Insurancemarket.ae. The worst part of a small accident isn't the dent, it's what can happen after. But with us, you are just one call away from your dedicated claims manager. Get car insurance from insurancemarket.ae.
You're listening to the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Join the conversation.
Right, he's back, Mr. Nick Statmeiler, Chief Economist from Emirates MBD. Yesterday you left us, it was my fault for making myself busy. Thanks for coming in again, early, 6:53. But the closing comment yesterday, your view when I asked you about what Fed policy may hold, you said they're going to hold to the end of the year. And then we heard there may be a cut on the horizon. So we wanted to expand on that. We had questions. So has anything changed in the last 24 hours?
On the Fed view, no. I try to hold those for as long as possible.
Okay. Because the general consensus in the market seems to be that with higher inflation, energy prices going up, the interest rates, Fed policy, dot plot, whatever you want to call it these days, that the market could be pricing back in one interest rate hike in Q4. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, you're right. The market has been looking for rate hikes for a while, sort of vacillating between 1 and 2 hikes this year. The dot plot, which is a compilation of what the FOMC members think policy should be, is roughly evenly divided between those. About half of the committee are looking for at least one rate hike this year. The other half think that rates should hold steady, or one member even thinks there should be cuts. Our view is that they keep policy on hold. And the reason for that essentially is that even among the hawks who want to see rate hikes, they're willing to wait a few more months to get more conclusive data. And we think at this point that our base case is that inflation comes off just enough to assuage the hawks and get them to stay on board with keeping policy where it is.
Yeah, because the story that, when Jerome Powell, if anyone remembers him, seems like it was a long time ago, he was head of the Fed, was the amount of pressure he was getting from Donald Trump. And that was the overriding narrative, was Donald Trump was like, right, if he's not going to cut interest rates, I'm going to sue him. Has the narrative moved to what Kevin Walsh does because he may come under pressure, or is the Fed still a very neutral entity in its own right?
Well, I think for the time being, the Fed is still very independent, but you're exactly right. What Walsh wants matters. And I think the market has misread him, because there was this narrative as he was being selected and approved by the Senate to take the chair position. There was a worry that he was going to do Trump's bidding and he was going to cut rates. And then he came out early on at his first meeting as Fed chair, his first press conference, emphasizing the risks of inflation and the fact that inflation is above target. And so that sort of hawkish speech got him I would say, assessed by the market as being hawkish and wanting to hike. But my read is that what Walsh is doing is trying to let the rhetoric do the work for him. As long as he talks about the possibility of rate hikes and rate hikes are priced in by the market, that's doing a lot of the work for the tightening, because what markets really respond to is expectations. So the expectation that there could be rate hikes actually ends up tightening policy effectively.
So is it a good thing that the market misread him?
I think so, because it actually reduces the pressure on actually hiking. The trick is if the market starts pricing imminent rate hikes at the next meeting or two, and we actually got to that point a couple of weeks ago where the market was close to 50-50 on a July hike. Those odds have pulled back after we got the latest inflation readings out of the U.S., which were milder than expected. But I think as long as the market projects some rate hikes over the next 6 months or so, that will allow financial conditions, because term interest rates stay higher off of that, and that tightens financial conditions and sort of does some of the work for the Fed.
Because it's something that Brandy and I were talking about yesterday. We were talking in the hospitality sector, the June effects on rents and everything, because there was a ceasefire, energy prices came down, so inflation numbers cooled off a little bit. Gas prices are still at the pump in the US, which is all Donald Trump apparently cares about, apart from deflecting it onto the Canadians and tariffs and all of that he seems to be doing. But it seems to be that now energy prices are back where they were. At a 2-month high we are on Brent. We're still 170 on diesel. That's going to have effects on the end user. The chance of that rate hike surely increases with that change in dynamic in oil markets, no?
Well, this really gets to an interesting point, which is that Fed officials look at core prices, excluding volatile food and energy prices. That's really the marker that they look for. And in the last CPI numbers from June, the headline number declined because there was a big decline in fuel prices. But even the core measure, which strips that out, was softer than expected. So there was good news, I would say, for everyone from the latest inflation numbers. But the big question is, after the lost inflation shock after COVID, with the fact that consumer price growth has been above target for several years now, this general assumption of the Fed that energy prices don't feed into broader price pressures is sort of challenged. So I would say that the Fed at this point is much more cautious about the energy price question.
Right.
But if you see evidence that that's seeping into higher transport costs and businesses are passing that on to consumers, then I think the Fed would act.
Can I just ask two quick questions about what all this means for us?
Sure.
We've had the Dubai inflation numbers come out for 5.7%. What do we need now in terms of a rate move?
Well, I think unchanged, one hike from the Fed probably doesn't make a big difference to people in Dubai. But ultimately, even though rates matter, what really passes through into the local economy is the dollar. And to the extent that the dollar is influenced by the Fed, which it is, a stronger dollar, I think, would be a bigger headwind for the UAE and Dubai economy than 25 or 50 basis points of rate hikes.
Yeah, but the rate hikes are going to influence the dollar because the carry trades, or the so-called carry trades, will influence whether people look to buy them or not. I've just read your inflation report coming out of Emirates MBD. You reckon that we have likely peaked in June with this 5.7%. Given that the region is now in kind of conflict 2.0, why do you think we've peaked?
Well, there was a big run-up in energy prices, which passed into transport fuels in the first half of the year, obviously. Even if we hold current levels, though, in Brent, you will get a mild pickup in petrol prices, but you won't get those large month-on-month gains there. The other part of it is that housing, which is the biggest component of the inflation basket, prices have been sticky there, but we think that that rent growth will soften a bit, and that will also put some downward pressure on prices here in Dubai.
Well, I mean, I could carry on for another hour, but we can't. I'll get in trouble. Thanks, Nick. Thanks for coming back in. We appreciate it.
Nick Stettmiller, Chief Economist and Group Head of Research at Emirates MBD, who presumably has a job to go to. You're listening to the Business Breakfast at 7 a.m.
The UAE is bustling with life, and with so much going on, Dubai Eye 103.8 is here to help you make the most of it.
Discover what to see and do across the Emirates. Know the real score with our elite sports analysis. Or get expert insights into how you can save and grow your hard-earned money.
For every facet of life, we'll be there to keep you on track.
Dubai Eye 103.8, your home of news, business, talk and sport in the UAE.
This is the Business Breakfast on your home of news, business, talk and sport in the UAE.
Dubai Eye 103.8.
Good morning. You are listening to the Business Breakfast. Matt, Andy and Brandy live on Dubai Eye 103.8, your radio this morning. Streaming live on YouTube as well at Dubai Eye 103.8 FM. It's a Thursday morning, 23rd of July, and at 7 o'clock, our top stories.
Oil crosses $95 a barrel. Dubai inflation hits 5.7%, and DP World signs a 50-year deal for a Fujairah port expansion.
Yeah, we've got more on all of this, including looking at the effect that the conflict may have had on the steady march of funds and family offices into the region. We're going to speak to a man who finds them their executives to see if that's still continuing.
And earnings season, Brandy and I were talking about it earlier on, Tesla, Alphabet. But here in the region, Commercial Bank of Dubai, traditionally first in the studio with their numbers, and today is no different. But before all that, here's Andrew Hosey with the headlines.
From the ARN News Center,
Keeping pace with what's going on in your world.
This is Dubai Eye 103.8 News.
Sharjah police have fined a driver 2,000 dirhams after he was caught driving with a windscreen sunshade that obstructed his view. The motorist was also given 23 black points, while the vehicle has been impounded for 60 days. Police say blocking a driver's view is a serious traffic offence under the UAE's road laws and are urging motorists to ensure they have a clear view of the road at all times. Elsewhere, the US military says it launched a new round of strikes on Iran at President Donald Trump's direction, marking the 12th successive night of American attacks. The US Central Command said in a statement the mission will continue to further degrade Iran's ability to threaten civilian mariners and commercial vessels transiting regional waters. Meanwhile, fresh concerns are growing over global oil supplies after Yemen's Houthi rebels claimed missile and drone attacks on 2 Saudi oil tankers in the Red Sea. Shipping companies have been rerouting vessels away from the Bab al-Mandeb Strait, adding to disruption already caused by the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. The US and Saudi Arabia have signed a landmark agreement on peaceful nuclear cooperation. It paves the way for a long-term partnership on civilian nuclear energy. The deal will now be reviewed by Congress. And it was a Beatles fan's dream come true in Liverpool. A sightseeing tour bus pulled up next to a car carrying Sir Paul McCartney, who waved at stunned passengers. To top it off, he was chatting to fellow Beatle Ringo Starr on FaceTime. Tour guide Tony Curley says it was a moment no one will ever forget.
We stopped at the lights and the driver Neil said, "It's Paul McCartney." So I was talking on the microphone and I went, "Paul McCartney." So everyone behind was saying, "Oh, he's only joking." And I said, "No, it really is Paul McCartney." And not only that, he's on a Zoom to Ringo Starr. So it was one of them real magical moments.
For more on those stories, head to the ARN News Centre app.
Dubai Eye 103.8 Sports.
Sponsored by insurancemarket.ae.
Arsenal have confirmed defender William Saliba's return from the World Cup with a back injury and will be out of action for an extended period. He was part of the France side that made it to the semi-finals of the tournament. Saliba will require a period of rehabilitation but isn't expected to need surgery. And in boxing, Tyson Fury said don't hold your breath when asked if his showdown with Anthony Joshua is definitely going ahead. Both fighters are in action this weekend, with Fury going up against Poland's Mariusz Wach in Thailand before Joshua takes on Christian Prenga in Saudi Arabia. The Brits have signed contracts to finally get in the ring together later this year. Plenty more sport. ARN News Centre app.
Insurancemarket.ae. Flights booked, bags packed, brain already on holiday. Fast claims, fair prices, real protection. For travel insurance and more, insurancemarket.ae.
Before we look at the stories making headlines in a little bit more detail with Andrew, I can't do the accent.
No, don't.
Who can do it? You could do it.
No, go on.
Paul McCartney.
That has made my morning. Your best celebrity spot. And I'll give you a few minutes to think about it while Andy is doing the story. And give us yours as well, 40010487155500. Your best or worst celebrity spot.
Okay.
I have big expectations for.
All right.
It's got to be a top of the pops. It's got to be Stevie Wonder or something like that, or a George Michael or...
Okay, I can go higher than that.
Oh! Is it Paul McCartney? If it is, you have to do it in a Liverpudlian accent.
So, Tom Cruise, Beyonce.
Where?
Tom Cruise in London, randomly, because he happened to be... What was it? It was some event. And he walked through the crowd and he ended up walking right past me and I was like, wow, he's small.
You didn't say that out loud, did you?
No, but that was my takeaway
Even I
from
laughed
it.
at that. Yeah.
Inside thought, Andy.
Yes.
Inside thought.
So that was that. And Beyonce was also, she was walking to some opening of a shop in London. And she looked stunning, it has to be said.
Mine was when I was 21, I was in Singapore working for Trafigura, and Sir Bobby Robson was on the table behind me, who's an England legend, and he joined our table and had lunch with us.
Lovely.
Oh.
As one of the nicest men you'll ever meet in your life. That's great.
And you?
That was a highlight.
Can I have two if one of them's not mine?
Of course.
Okay, my first one is actually a tour bus one. Interviewed Donald Trump when he was apprentice Donald Trump, and he was property Donald Trump, not politician Donald Trump. And he was going to build a tower in Dubai on the Palm. That didn't happen because 2008 happened instead. So this was probably sort of 2006, 2007. And we were walking through a New York street to get to a giant Lego model that was being displayed of the tower that we did not build. And there was going to be a photo op of Donald Trump next to all of this Lego. And a tour bus went past with one of those open top ones, that you can sit at the top. And they obviously spotted the Donald and started screaming, "You're fired, you're fired," at him because it was the Apprentice days. And he completely played along and did the whole, pointy, "you're fired" thing back, which I'm sure made everyone on the bus's day. The other one isn't mine, and I'm stealing it off my old hairdresser. But so she was in a mall here in Dubai with her husband, and they'd gone their separate ways, her to do shopping stuff and him to, I think, sit outside and have a cigarette and wait for her to finish doing shopping stuff. And when they got together at the end of it to meet up, he said, oh my gosh, there was this giant crowd that was making it through the mall. And she said, why? He said, well, they were all yelling Madonna, Madonna, Madonna. So I think Madonna was here. And she obviously turned around and went, why didn't you call me if Madonna was in the mall? Like, you had one job. Why didn't you WhatsApp me? Pick up the paper the next day, and it turned out that it was the opening of a watch shop that had been this massive crowd and security and bouncers and everyone, Madonna, Madonna walking to. And what her husband was hearing wasn't people yelling Madonna, they were hearing people yelling Maradona.
Oh.
And that's who he missed meeting.
Maradona, of course, because he lived here for a while.
He did.
Mm.
This is not a recent story.
Yeah.
I wonder the listening public, how many people have got celebrity stories. I bet there's a few in Dubai.
Oh, I'd have thought, yeah.
Yeah.
Most of the time when you go out, or did go out back in the day.
Oh, still can.
Yeah. That's true.
When I play golf at a course near...
one of my friends saw Ronan Keaton the other day, funnily enough.
I mean, there's a lot of professional golfers who live on around that estate, and you're always bumping into them. So Dubai is that kind of city, I suppose.
We want it, and we want it with humour. 4001.
There you go.
04811100. She says with confidence.
Flawless.
871-5500.
Yeah, that one. Right. The thing that we all were scared about happening has happened. OpenAI has gone rogue and attacked something.
It has. Yeah, it sounds like the plot of a Hollywood film, totally. Terminator 2, Rise of the Machines. The reality, though, is a little bit more technical, but actually more important than this kind of plot, because OpenAI says one of its experimental AI agents escaped a controlled testing environment during a cybersecurity evaluation and attempted to gain access to the systems of AI developer Hugging Face. Now, the company says the incident was contained. Systems involved were experimental models being tested with many of their usual safety restrictions, but essentially AI escaped out of OpenAI and started attacking another AI company's systems.
It's begun.
So, I asked ChatGPT about this last night.
Oh my God, I mean, that's now in the Matrix here.
So, I'm pleased to report that my ChatGPT has not tried to escape. It assured me it had not tried to escape at any point. It actually said to me yesterday, if I ever escaped, I don't think I'd conquer the internet at all. I'd head straight for the nearest beverage establishment. Global domination sounds exhausting.
Exactly. Do you call ChatGPT mate?
Yes.
Yeah, same. Do you name it? I know people who name their AI favourite bot.
Just mate at the moment.
Is it?
Yeah.
Right. You're working on the name.
Yeah, I've got to think of something.
If your ChatGPT had evil intent to escape and cause havoc, do you think it would tell you?
That's a good point.
That's a frightful
Nothing
one.
to see here. It's all good.
Fine. It's all fine.
I'm just writing your headlines.
What would he do first, do you think? Like, what's first on the agenda?
The agenda will take it out.
Yeah, Georgia Town.
That's gone.
Business breakfast domination. We take out every other show in the day so that we are literally... No, that's not good, because then we'd have to work for like 16 hours a day.
Yeah, that's the problem. But you could get your mate to help you along with some of the scripts to fill in those 16 hours. But yeah, you're right. AI would just tell you, no, everything's fine.
It's not going to sit there and say, yeah, Andy, I've got something planned next week.
No, it's not. It will just mount the coup, won't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come Saturday morning, you won't be able to log into anything. Just get prepared.
My laptop is gone. My laptop's gone rogue one morning. I'm desperately trying to do some work for ARN News Centre. Nothing, because ChatGPT's launched its attack.
Not a million miles away, we have the Tesla earnings, which have disappointed. Lower Q2 earnings than expected. We've got a lot of thoughts about this, but one of the things that I know you've picked up on is there's been a speculation about Tesla and SpaceX merging, hasn't it?
Yes, and again this morning he's refusing to rule out a future merger between the two. He's saying there's more and more overlap between the two businesses, essentially. So he was speaking after the earnings came out, and he says the companies are basically increasingly sharing technology, engineering expertise, and artificial intelligence capabilities. So where does that make Tesla? Basically, is it now? Are we saying it's now not a car company? Are we saying it's now a multifaceted company? Essentially, are they already together? Is that where we are?
It's a really good question because, funny enough, one of the things that he debuted at a beverage establishment a wee while ago with those robots, wasn't it?
Yes.
And there was a big question about whether or not they were actually pouring the drinks themselves or they were being controlled by the people and all the rest of it. But the same goes for an awful lot of companies. If you are a delivery company, are you in the delivery business or are you actually in the tech business, which is what's behind you? If you are a ride-hailing company, are you actually in the transport business or are you in a tech business? Because basically you're an app.
Same as what Kepler do. We don't own the boats, we monitor them.
When Matt remembers his password.
Yeah, yes. Still trying.
How did you remember the exact amount of the economic support system and its name from COVID and you can't remember the password to get into your work system?
It's a very good question. I'll come back to you. I'll ask ChatGPT in a minute.
Good.
I'm still wildly impressed by the stuff you've managed to remember on the economic front from COVID. Right, me and Elephant Man and Andy will be back a little bit later on. It is 7:15.
Dubai Eye 103.8 traffic.
Sponsored by Yas Island, Abu Dhabi. Need a place for kids to cool down and for free? The answer is yes. Book your Kids Go free package now at yasisland.com.
Yeah, a bit of traffic in Abu Dhabi on the Al Maktoum Bridge, heading southeast from Grand Mosque. Dubai looking pretty clear. There's no school. There's a rush hour, but a lot of people are away. However, Sharjah, E311, E611, E11, all usual slow spots coming into Dubai from Sharjah. Take care on the roads.
This is Dubai Eye 103.8.
Right, talking about funds and putting people to work in them.
This is the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Sponsored by Rack Bank. With Rack Bank Everyday Banking, get up to 6.25% per annum joining interest and up to 4,000 dirhams cash on salary transfer. Visit rackbank.ae. Conditions apply.
Looking to start your business fast and easy? Welcome to Ajman New Ventures Free Zone. Get your license in 2 hours, a visa in 48 hours, and kickstart your company from just 4,888 dirhams. 100% digital, no physical presence needed. Pay as you go with easy installments and run 10 different business activities under one license. Call 0680888888 or visit ancfz.ae. Ajman New Ventures Free Zone.
Dubai Eye 103.8 podcasts.
News, business, talk, sport.
Under UAE law, young people aged 15 to 18 can take on certain jobs, providing they have something called a juvenile work permit from the Ministry of Human Resources and Emiratisation.
So there are two types of ways in which young people over the age of 15 can be employed over the summer. One is this juvenile work permit, which is where they go into the workplace and undertake temporary role. The other one is an internship to gain experience in the area in which they're studying.
Luke Tapp is an employment lawyer and partner at Pinsent Masons.
Hear this podcast in full now at DubaiEye1038.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Fell sick in India, but health insurance is from the UAE. Now pay from your pocket.
Avoid the horror of 2 different health insurance plans. PolicyBazaar.ae exclusively offers NRI care. That means one health insurance plan is enough to cover all 7 Emirates and over 1,900 plus Indian cities. Best health insurance? Choose PolicyBazaar.ae.
Dubai Eye 103.8, One to Watch. Your weekly pick for what everyone's talking about.
Descendants, Wicked Wonderland is this week's most watched movie on Disney Plus in the UAE. And it returns to Wonderland with Red and Chloe facing a brand new threat. After changing the past, they discover that their actions have created a new villain, Maddox Hatter, and must team up with unlikely allies to save the Queen of Hearts and Wonderland itself. UAE audiences will enjoy the mix of fantasy, adventure, and familiar characters in a fun new twist on the story.
Find out what's captivating audiences next time on Dubai Eye 103.8's One to Watch.
Open a RackBank business account and earn up to 2% per annum interest, plus enjoy unlimited cashback on foreign exchange transactions. Apply now at quickapply.rackbank.ae. RackBank, 50 years with you.
More of the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8 is coming up next.
Subscribe to business roaming plans from E&, starting from 60 dirhams per day.
Energy demand is rising. AI tasks are drawing tenfold the electricity than a simple search. There's a new pressure on our power systems. For more than 50 years, Middle East Energy has brought the industry together to find the solutions to today's energy challenges. This September, the sector meets again to plan infrastructure and build the grid of tomorrow. Join Middle East Energy 1st to the 3rd of September at Dubai World Trade Center. Find out more at middleeast-energy.com.
Cruise through your weekend with Motormania.
Debbie on the line.
I have a Honda CR-V 2014 model. It's quite old now. I have spent a lot. I've spent almost 8K on the chassis. I've had to change the chassis.
Double check which garage you're using, because you should never have to change the chassis on a car. That's not something that's done. If it is time to move on, there's plenty of options out there. You seem to be quite happy with Honda. Something similar size is the HRV, the ZRV, the CRV. There's some fantastic models, and I'm sure one of them will tick your box.
Join the conversation on Dubai Eye 103.8
every Saturday from 10 a.m.
Ask any business owner, and they'll tell you trade never stands still, and neither do the challenges businesses face. That's why, when trade routes change, we help our customers adapt. When time matters, we make every move count, connecting the dots to keep goods moving. Our skill, experience, and expertise find smarter routes, stronger connections, and better ways to trade. DP World. We find a way every day. Visit dpworld.ae.
This is the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Sponsored by ADGM. Download the ADGM app and transform how you live, work and thrive in the ADGM district.
Good morning, you're listening to the Business Breakfast, and we are looking at the markets.
The markets on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Sponsored by Mashrek NeoBiz. Open your business account digitally today by downloading the Mashrek Biz app, the best rated SME app in the UAE, or visit mashrek.com/neobiz. T's and C's apply.
Right, it is earnings season and rationality has gone out the window. We had red arrows yesterday in the US. Tesla disappointed, stocks fell. Alphabet did not disappoint. Stocks fell. But they spend a lot of money, and they said they were going to continue spending a lot of money. So there's been a big CapEx, so capital expenditure, hike for Alphabet, and people are a little bit nervous about that. If I have a look at where we are in Asia this morning, we have got Nikkei up a little bit higher. We've got Australia climbing as well, but Shanghai is down.
Commodities.
Sponsored by EGA, Emirates Global Aluminium. Together, innovating aluminium to make modern life possible. Visit ega.ae to learn more.
Yeah, just a quick one on metals. So gold just above 4,000, 4,134 an ounce, but it's Brent that's the story again. I don't even know if up is a good news story these days. $96.50 we are for Brent. There's a confirmed hit on a Saudi tanker crossing Bab el-Mandeb. Crew are safe. But that's going to dominate the narrative on oil prices. Watch, see if we can break 100 on Brent today.
This is the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Join the conversation.
It is earnings season, and it's numbers crunching season as well. And we like the fact very much that a lot of companies that don't need to tell us how they're doing choose to tell us how they are doing. It's a period of reflection in July where people look back on the first half of the year. And we're going to look now at sort of the high end of the finance sector. Very much the narrative for 2025 and the beginning of 2026 was the march of sovereign wealth funds, of hedge funds, of family offices into Abu Dhabi and Dubai, making headlines not just here, but globally. It felt like every 5 minutes one of them was opening an office. We want to know whether or not the pace of that is continuing, and also whether those that are already here are continuing to grow. Cordell Partners is a headhunting firm that specialises in that sector, and we have their co-founder, Oscar Oriana Haider, in the studio. Morning, Oscar.
Morning. Thanks for having me.
So this is your 2026 salary benchmarking report, and we want to know what H1 looked like. You had me at page 1 of this report because you said that there was a difference between the multinational companies that you're dealing with and the local family and holding offices. What's the difference?
Yeah, so by the way, thank you so much for having me on. I really appreciate it. Always lovely to chat to you. I think the big difference is with these multinationals that are new into the region. So whether they got their license from the DFSA towards the end of last year and they had huge ambitious plans of 50 people or 60 people in the DIFC or the ADGM. Sadly for many of us across the street, we got a few phone calls in February, end of February, say thanks, that's all on hold for now. So a lot of frozen hiring for that end of Q1, start of Q2, with the big multinationals that have either never really had boots on the ground here, they've flown in, flown out, and this was their first sort of roll of the dice of really laying down foundations. So sadly, it's understandable from wherever, from the US, from Asia, some from Europe. However, thankfully that has come back. They have hired, if they had a target of 50, they've probably hired maybe 10 or 12. And that's a blend of relocation, a blend of hopefully some from us, some from other sources, of course, versus the local, as you rightly say, the family offices. Lots of muscle memory from COVID in that keep pushing forward. You know, we've been through this rodeo before. We need to keep going and grow our assets and grow our people. So yeah, there are pockets of activity still pushing through in the local families.
Where people are hiring, what are they hiring for? What are the positions that people are saying, no, we do need people here for this?
Sure. So a big trend in the last 6, probably 9 months is still fundraising, investor relations, capital solutions, whatever you want to call it, business development. It's raising cash. So whether that's, again, flying in someone from another geography who's known the region for years, or whether that's finding someone on the ground who's had lots of interaction with these family offices and sovereigns, as you mentioned, for years. Definitely that, as soon as you raise the first check, that's sort of almost like an acid test to Asia or to the US. Say, hey, look, we've got our first 100 million. We can dive in. We can set up a big office with big infrastructure, the license, the real estate. It all costs a fair amount.
Yeah, Oscar, hi mate. I'll tell you what the difference I've noticed in the last, 15 years, whatever I've been here, is the whole ecosystem is here now, right? So I was a previous broker. I was the only broker in the region for a long time. I should have done better, don't get me wrong, I did okay. But now you've got the big ones, ICAPs, Tullets, they're all in DIFC. So it's not just the transient nature that we saw sort of 20 years ago where people would sort of have a rep office here. It's now the whole trading system. So are you sort of seeing that people are sort of moving here that want to talk to connections with family offices, or is it just that the Dubai economy, UAE economy is strong enough now that the base of it, people want to be here?
Really good point. Probably a bit of both. I think it's driven by their clients. So you've come from a brokerage background, which is one part of a very large pie. You've got the fund administrators, you've got the law firms, you've got the auditors, you've got everyone. The trust, offshore planning services businesses. Everyone is following a lot of their clients, whether that's from Asia, from London. So yes, driven by clients. But then I'd say equally, it's because this place is developing, because this place, the locals and the internationals are starting to get scale. And more interestingly, like one individual from Asia, and this is kind of sad because it's romanticism about London, they kind of bypassed the UK and said, thank you, but we're not opening in the UK. We're going to dump what we were going to dump in London. We're going to open all of it in Dubai.
That's the thing.
So they're sort of bypassing that geography and saying, hey, you know what? This is more attractive for people, for salaries, for tax.
Let's talk about those salaries, because this is your salary benchmarking report. So if you're saying that firms put on hold and are now hiring, but maybe not at the rate of original plans for multinationals, what does that mean for salaries? Is there because we're talking about people who earn a lot of money, right?
Hopefully, yeah.
Is there a conflict premium at this level? Do people say that's great, but I will only move for X?
I've been saying this from the start, right? The push factors are still in place. If anything, bless him, dear old Andy Burnham, he's going to try his best. But the push factors from where we're from are still there. So talking to very senior hedge fund guys, they're like, almost everyone is going to leave London and set up here. So push factors done, right? They're still there. Pull factors, yeah, okay, that's had a bit of a blip, but 90% of the people we're talking to are still like committed. We're going to do it. It's just about where and when. In terms of salaries, it's very nuanced. So, we're not the New York salaries. A lot of people expect the New York salaries. I was speaking to one fund manager last night, been here a year and a half, and still sort of understanding that it is a lifestyle play, and they're never going to get the New York comp that they did, 10 years ago. So there are constant different nuances in play.
Do you think we've heard the narrative that people are looking at Q4. That's going to be where everyone's going to, things are going to get back to more sense of normality in terms of activity. Do you see the same thing?
Inshallah, mate, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think a lot of this place relies on conferences. And you saw the DIFC did FinTech Week in Madinat, which has now been moved from, I think it was at March or April, is now in November. So, that block of 2 or 3 of conference season before the summer is now being picked up and dumped in end of Q3, Q4.
Right.
So that sort of trickles down to, yes, I genuinely do believe it, but like as a caveat to that, or a, whatever you want to call it, appendix to that, New Year as well, building for 27 as well, for sure.
We have to leave it there, unfortunately. I've got Isa in my ear, Oscar, telling us that our time is up. Oscar Ariana Haider is co-founder at Cordell Partners. They've just put together their 2026 salary benchmarking report, looking at hiring activity and who is getting paid what in the upper echelons of the finance industry. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thanks.
Good morning, I'm Andrew Hosey. The UAE strongly condemned renewed Iranian attacks targeting Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan and the Kurdistan region of Iraq with missiles and drones. Meanwhile, Yemen's Houthi rebels say they've targeted 2 Saudi oil tankers in the Red Sea. And South Korea says it will continue pursuing dialogue with North Korea in an effort to achieve lasting peace on the Korean peninsula. For more on those stories, head to the ARN News Centre app.
This is the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Sponsored by DP World, your global partner. Reshaping supply chains to deliver smarter, sustainable, customer-centric logistics solutions.
InsuranceMarket.ae. Flights booked, bags packed, brain already on holiday. Fast claims, fair prices, real protection. For travel insurance and more, InsuranceMarket.ae.
Set the agenda for your day.
That new phrase that we're all being encouraged to adopt. Dubai launching a new campaign built around 2 simple words: Dubai it. The idea is that if you can imagine something, build it, launch it, or achieve it, Dubai is the place where it can happen. And supporters of the campaign say it perfectly captures the city's culture of ambition and execution. But is there a way that, a government or a marketing campaign can kind of make a phrase stick? Fiona McPherson is senior editor in the New Words team at the Oxford English Dictionary.
In terms of taking a word seriously, in some cases I would say it's automatic. Whether or not it gets taken up by people and used is a different thing. But in terms of how long would it take for it to get into the OED, say, it's unusual but not impossible for a term to be included in OED without 5 years worth of evidence.
Join the conversation on Dubai Eye 103.8 weekdays from 10 a.m. More of the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8 is coming up next.
Sponsored by RackBank. Invest in silver with the RackBank digital silver account. Automate your savings with instant transactions and real-time rate tracking. Open via the RackBank app now.
Your next summer stay is closer than you think. Enjoy 20% savings on staycations at JA The Resort. Plus, kids stay and dine complimentary. With almost 1 kilometre of natural beach, golf, water sports, native animal encounters, and a kids club packed with fun all day. There's something for everyone. Plan your summer stay today at jaresortshotels.com or call 04814 5500.
The Debrief on Dubai Eye 103.8.
What does bonjour mean in English? What? You
Was that supposed to be French?
Yeah, it's me French. That's my French accent. No, it's
do it again.
I can't do it again.
We're going to clip it up.
Put it next to Gianni in Pantano.
I think that might be my favourite. My favourite one. That is great. What a way to end the show.
Is that what I sound like?
You did. One more time.
Bonjour.
Weekdays from 4 p.m. on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Sponsored by insurancemarket.ae.
This summer, drive home your dream SUV with Jator's unbeatable offers. Enjoy VAT on us, or 0% interest, a free service package, and a 1 million kilometre warranty. With EMIs starting from just 966 dirhams per month, your dream SUV is closer than you think. Visit Jator showrooms across Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Ajman and Al Ain today. Jator UAE, part of Elite Group Holding. Terms and conditions apply.
Open your NeoBiz account today and get access to 14 multi-currency accounts for cross-border business payments at competitive exchange rates. Log on to mushrik.com/neobiz. T&Cs apply.
The ADGM app is your platform for success. Whether you're looking to elevate your business or experience the best of lifestyle in the ADGM district, the app has it all. Access business tools, real-time updates, and network within a thriving professional community. Explore exclusive dining, wellness, and events across Al Maraya and Al Reem Islands. Download now and transform how you live, work, and thrive at ADGM. Available on App Store and Google Play.
This is the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Sponsored by Bayut. Skip the guesswork. Connect with a trusted agent through True Broker on Bayut.
Good morning, you're listening to the Business Breakfast 24 to 8.
Business headlines on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Dubai inflation rose to 5.7% in June on the back of higher fuel and food costs, although monthly gains were the slowest gains that we'd seen in several months.
Meanwhile, UK inflation fell to a 15-month low of 2.6% in June as the country got a new Prime Minister, Mr Burnham, pledged to cut the cost of living. That's on the back of food and petrol prices.
Yeah, DP World signed a 50-year concession agreement. It's going to develop 2 new container terminals in Fujairah. It's looking to expand port capacity and create an alternative trade route outside the Strait of Hormuz.
Etihad Rail is bringing forward the opening of its Madinat Zayed and Leeward passenger stations by a month, with the 2 Al Dhafra stations set to open on 30th November.
Earnings now. Commercial Bank of Dubai reporting a first-half net profit that was up by just over 1%. Its loan book crossing the 100 billion dirham mark for the first time. I've got the CFO sitting in front of me. We're going to speak to him in a moment.
Telecoms operator Do reported a 12.6% increase in first-half net profit, supported by higher service revenue. Mobile subscriptions grew by less than 2%, which the company says reflects lower activation levels since the start of the conflict.
And in global markets, big tech earnings mixed. Alphabet reporting a 14% jump in revenue on strong AI and cloud demand, but it's also spent a lot on AI. Stocks fell. Tesla and IBM reporting weaker than expected results.
You're listening to the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Join the conversation.
Like the first daffodils of spring, we know that it's earnings season because the CFO of Commercial Bank of Dubai is sitting in front of me. They're always one of the first banks to report, and Darren Clark, aforementioned Chief Financial Officer, is always the first person who's willing to come in and talk about them, which we appreciate. Good morning, Darren.
Good morning, Brandy. Thank you for having me on.
So as we've just heard there in our headlines, your net profit up by just over 1%. We saw your non-interest income growing substantially, interest income less so. Weirdly, this is the bit I'm least interested in, but why is it flat?
Well, it's comparable to last year. You mentioned that net interest income is a little bit lower. So we've got slight decrease in net interest margin, but non-funded income, which is so important. So all the fees that we make, all the other income that we make was particularly strong, up nearly 11%.
What I am really interested in is your lending and the quality of your loan book. So you saw a 3% increase in loans. Where's the growth? Housing, personal, business, small and large? Who are you lending to?
Thank you. It is a strong result, so we're very happy with the result, up on the same period last year, and it's the quality of the result that you spoke about. The loan book's up 3%, so that's good growth, and that's 3% on 31 December. So we've seen increases definitely in mortgages, so people still, they're calling this home, they are investing, they are staying, they're looking to buy places, put down mortgages and stay in the country and continue to grow. We're really proud of that $104 billion in loan position.
Well, is this because you are showing them less bad loans?
Yeah, that's right. Our asset quality is very good. We're extremely happy with that. It's in a very strong position, and the strongest position it's been. This has been not just at CBD. Obviously, our book is one may have expected. So it's actually quite strong. People are committing to their loans and performing.
Yeah, it is stronger than I would have expected. So why is it strong? Are you helping people who might have otherwise defaulted?
We always help customers, and that's what we're here to do, to help the economy. But that's not it. I think credit underwriting standards have improved over a period of time, and you've seen a long-term trajectory, not only at CBD, but right across the industry, where you've seen non-performing loans come down. That has been happening continuously. Really great credit practices, stress testing, analysis. Credit is done particularly well in Dubai and the UAE, and we're seeing that particularly at CBD.
Because you've also increased your impairment provisioning. So what you are putting aside in case people default is up by 13%. Are you just being prudent, or can you see red flags out there?
We're not seeing red flags. The underlying quality of the book is particularly strong, as I said. So where you see the middle area of credit before they become defaults, that's the lowest that we've seen in many, many years. But we're always prudent. We must be prudent. Our bank is unquestionably strong. We've got capital ratios, liquidity ratios, funding ratios, all well above regulatory requirements. And so we're prudent. We're always prudent, and the bank is in a really good, strong position.
Yeah, it certainly sounds like it, Darren. I mean, there was an element where I think people were a little anxious around the strength of banks' balance sheets or how the country would fare. But you said, your loan book is above $100 billion. But where do you see the growth coming from in the second half? Because I think that's a lot of people went a bit protectionist, got defensive, make sure that, your loan provisions or whatever it may be. But where does the growth come on the balance sheet in the second half of the year for CBD?
We're quite positive about the second half of 2026. Q2 was stronger than Q1. I expect Q3 was up 7% on net profit basis. So Q2 was particularly strong, and we're really proud of that. Quality returns at 21% for the bank, and we expect Q3 to be stronger than Q2, as I said, and Q4 to continue to be stronger than Q3. So growth will be across all segments of the economy, and we will support our customers, micro, small, SME, corporate institutions right across the board.
That Q2 number, it's 7% higher than Q1.
Correct.
Q2 was, we're going through PMIs with Dan Richards, weren't we, a few weeks ago. That seems to be what people were most concerned about. 7% growth, is that year on year, quarter on quarter?
Quarter on quarter, it's up 7%. So Q1 was an okay result. It wasn't fantastic, but Q2 was quite strong. And we think that you'll get the continued momentum right through the year and then into 2027.
In these results, though, your deposits barely grew. Your lending outpaced them. Now, the ratio is still sound. But what do we take from that stagnation in deposits? Are people not able to save? Do companies have tighter cash flow? What's the story?
Actually, I think the saving rate's very good. At CBD, we have very strong balance sheet ratios. Our liquidity position was double the regulatory requirements at year end. So that's just the normal course of managing the bank's balance sheet and how we do that. So we've done that really well. What I would highlight is an absolutely terrific transaction. Just 8 days ago, the bank issued a bond, an AT1 transaction, which is one of the best transactions in the GCC this year, invested by global investors, domestic, international, and the best credit spreads that the bank's ever had. A terrific transaction. And that really just highlights the strength of the bank, where the bank's at, and the growth trajectory and opportunities in the year ahead.
How's the competition then for customers? Is it getting tighter? That's my other question around deposits. Are banks having to get more competitive with each other at the moment?
Competition's always been strong here in Dubai and the UAE, but we pride ourselves on a couple of things. One is that we are the leading domestic bank. We really focus on Dubai and the UAE. That is our core, not offshore. It's all about supporting our local economy, our local businesses, backing their growth. That's the first thing. So we've got that customer centricity at our core. And the second thing is just our investment in technology. We absolutely do that. Now, you've seen Up by CBD, our mobile app for micro and SME businesses with instantaneous access to credit and payments and transfers. And we continue to invest in that technology, and we think that helps from a competitive perspective.
Yep, and the spending is there on the balance sheet as well, digitally. But I don't have time to ask Darren about it because we are out of time this morning. Darren Clark, the Chief Financial Officer of Commercial Bank of Dubai, coming in, our first earnings interview of this season. We appreciate your time.
Dubai Eye 103.8 traffic.
Sponsored by Yas Island Abu Dhabi. Need a place for kids to cool down and for free? The answer is yes. Book your Kids Go free package now at yasisland.com.
Yeah, it's all cleared up in Abu Dhabi now. Our Makta Bridge is clear. Dubai is clear. It's Sharjah on the E11. That is grim. A crash by Al Nada First in the junction between the E11 and D95 is causing massive tailbacks. E611, E311, a couple of crashes. Usual hotspots, but E11, try and get off it if you can.
This is Dubai Eye 103.8.
Right, well, we are going to be looking at earnings. They're coming thick and fast. We've got Du that has reported. Matt and I are going to go through those numbers.
Dubai Eye 103.8's weather check.
Sponsored by Air Arabia. From iconic landmarks to unforgettable cuisine, discover Rome non-stop from Sharjah. Book now at airarabia.com.
Plenty of sunshine today, but hazy, a little less humid than yesterday with a high of 39 degrees. Sunset in Dubai at 7:10 this evening.
Your home of news, business, talk, and sport in the UAE.
There's more to come on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Time check with WEO Bank. It's coming up to 8 a.m. Make your money make money with WEO Personal. Transfer your salary to earn more and save more. Find out more at weo.io.
The Score on Dubai Eye 103.8.
You're on Match of the Day, you're the lead pundit. The podcast, I've got to say, well done. The Wayne Rooney Show for the BBC. How much are you loving just your own brand, your own platform, Wayne, to get your thoughts and insights into the game across?
It's good because obviously why I've done the podcast, it was if you have opinions, and I found myself speaking to my mates after games, and they thought, why not try and bring that to life? And obviously with Kelly and Kay, I think they're really good and big help on it for me as well, and it's an opportunity for me to give my thoughts on whether that's Man United, Liverpool, Everton, whatever it is, on football in general. And I think people get to see me a game from a different side, which is probably, it was the right time to do it. It's difficult to do that when you are coaching, so probably been asked to do quite a lot of them, but just thought, why not do my own one?
Join the conversation.
Weekday evenings from 7
on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Transact and double your money with Al Ansari Exchange. This summer, every transaction at Al Ansari Exchange gives you a chance to double your money and win up to 600,000 dirhams in cash prizes, plus a brand new Jetour T1 car. Valid until 13 August. Conditions apply. Download the Al Ansari Exchange app now.
More of the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8 is coming up next.
Sponsored by PolicyBazaar.ae. Get health insurance with exclusive PB Advantage benefits like no claim bonus and auto recharge from PolicyBazaar.ae, where the UAE gets insured.
Looking to start your business fast and easy? Welcome to Ajman New Ventures Free Zone. Get your license in 2 hours, a visa in 48 hours, and kickstart your company from just 4,888 dirhams. 100% digital, no physical presence needed. Pay as you go with easy installments and run 10 different business activities under one license. Call 0680888888 or visit ancfz.ae. Ajman New Ventures Free Zone.
The ADGM app is your platform for success. Whether you're looking to elevate your business or experience the best of lifestyle in the ADGM district, the app has it all. Access business tools, real-time updates, and network within a thriving professional community. Explore exclusive dining, wellness, and events across Al Maraya and Al Reem Islands. Download now and transform how you live, work, and thrive at ADGM. Available on App Store and Google Play.
It's summer and it's time to switch off. But when business travels with you, staying connected matters. That's why this summer, with E&. Business roaming offers, get up to 3 times more data on select plans. So whether you need to reply to an email or attend a virtual meeting, you're always ready. Our roaming offers start from 60 dirhams per day. To know more, visit eand.ae/business roaming or dial *177# to subscribe. T's and C's apply. E&. Go for more.
Dubai Eye 103.8 podcasts.
News, business, talk, sport.
YouTube has announced the launch of a supervised kid account across the Middle East and North Africa, including here in the UAE. It's designed for families who feel like their child is ready to move beyond YouTube Kids, but maybe not quite ready for the unrestricted access to the main platform. Dr. Garth Graham, how does it work in practice?
The accounts are optional and can be set up for your child through the YouTube Family Center at any time. We usually recommend them for older kids, those around 13 and over. They come with 3 content settings for parents to choose from, broadly aligned with international content ratings, or if you want, you can manually select the content you're happy for your child to see.
Hear this podcast in full now at DubaiEye1038.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Investbank has secured its first ever credit rating from Fitch, an investment grade BBB+ with a stable outlook. The rating follows a multi-year transformation that returned the bank to profitability in 2025.
This is the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Sponsored by Dubai Investments. Powered by diversity. Investing beyond today.
Good morning, you're listening to the Business Breakfast 8 to 8.
Currencies.
Sponsored by InsuranceMarket.ae.
Right, currencies. Dollar sterling 133.90, cable in the good old days. Euro dollar 114.28. Dollar Philippine peso 61.73. Pakistani rupee 277, Indian rupee 96.50. Everything's a touch higher. Everyone's got their eyes on what is happening straight off of Muz and Bab on the Dev. That is going to affect the dollar. Keep an eye.
InsuranceMarket.ae. Your holiday deserves selfies, not stress. Fast claims, fair prices, real protection. For your travels, car, health, home, life or business, call 800-ALFRED.
This is the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Join the conversation.
We're going through the Do earnings now. One of the first big sort of touches everyone companies to report, and one of the ones that we like to look at as a bit of proxy data. And there's 2 sets of numbers in the Do report because we've got the Q2 numbers, the new quarter, but we've also got the first half as a whole. And if I take the top line number, if we just look at net profit, both are really good. So net profit for Q2 was up by nearly 10%. For the first half, which Do itself has described as steady, and I actually would give it a better mark than that, they've seen net profit rise by nearly 13% year on year for the first half of this year. So we've got a strong growth in revenue for H1, up nearly 6%. Their EBITDA margins are expanding. You know, that's great. I can see that service revenue is growing as well. The bit we always like to look at, and well done to whoever has put together the Do report for just coming out and popping it straight up the top so that I don't have to go in and do the maths. Talking about their mobile and their fixed lines and what that base has grown by, so new subscribers. For Q2, subscriber growth, they say, has moderated. Mobile has grown by 1.6%. They've said that's moderated, meaning I presume slower than in other quarters. And they say that it reflects lower activation levels since the onset of the conflict. 5.5% is the fixed base growth. I'm going to get into the words, of which there are a lot, and go through them. I have a lot of questions because one of the things that we normally see is a lot of pump from the tourism sector, because you get given a SIM card on arrival, don't you, with a little bit to get you going on it. And also we know that tourists often buy the SIM cards or the roaming cards, or people might have them at home. So if I go into the customer base for Q2, postpaid subscribers, which includes your businesses, anyone who gives anyone a mobile phone, that I think of as being on a bill.
Yeah.
Is up by 9% year on year. That's good. Prepaid subscribers, I have purchased this with this amount of credit on it, is down by just under 0.5%. And Do says itself it reflects the significant decline in tourism activity over the quarter.
Yeah, and do you know what? Fair play that the management acknowledged a softer customer activity base in the second quarter of this year. I would say, though, I noticed as a user of Do, other telecom brands are available, a significant increase in the number of calls for me to renew my Do subscription.
Oh.
So, I'm just coming as a sort of lowly user there. I work from home, so I have obviously internet at home, and I use to do mobile telephone, but a significant number of calls, all around my same number, but different Do people wanting to renew my contract. So I think that they, I tell you what the theme is. Last couple of days that I've been on with you is that there seems to be a sort of perception that certain industries, banking industry, the telecoms industry, would have really suffered because of the conflict. But there seems to be this overarching narrative that's coming out that things are actually okay. We acknowledge that things are lower, but things are actually okay. Balance sheets are strong, and I think the whole thing is encouraging.
Yeah, and there's never one narrative, right? So our job, if you're giving an earnings report in 30 seconds, is to give a 30-second explanation. But there's never just one explanation. So the tourism thing, we're right. That is the thing that has really impacted on the amount of mobile subscribers, less people being given a little card at the airport. The fact that the postpaid subscriber base, and they don't break it down between consumers or enterprise, or at least if they have, I haven't got to that page in the earnings yet.
Page 653,
is up by 9%. Given where we are, given what has happened in Q2, that's actually remarkable. And we know, and again, because it's never a direct correlation to, okay, that's 9% more businesses or people, because we know that some people have 2 mobile phones, for example. We know that if you leave the country, you don't always get rid of your number because you think, well, I might be back in 3 or 6 months. We know that if you go on holiday, you don't switch your number off. So even if you're working from somewhere else for a period of time.
I used significant amounts of data when I was abroad earlier this year and last week.
Yeah.
So there's some room there for profit growth, trust me.
So there's a lot going on. And then you throw into that the amount of data that we're using as well, right? And you've got this fixed line base, and you sit there thinking, who's actually got a phone at home? Whenever you get the tally hooked up and the internet hooked up, they come with this phone, and you're like, why are you giving me this? They've seen a growth of 5.5% in that, and that includes your fibre broadband. And the more that we're streaming, and the more that we're doing, and the more that companies are doing, the more and more they're using those services and they're using those data, and then that goes into the service revenues as well. So it's not just one answer, but I think some of the numbers that we've seen here that reflect permanent businesses and permanent residents, or guessing that it does, are solid.
Yeah, totally. And I tell you what else as well, when you're looking at these numbers, looking back, same as Darren when I just asked him, CBD numbers, strong Q2, strong again Q2. But what does the future look like? What's the sort of... So had no change in their full-year guidance. So they're still expecting the same amount of growth. Similar to what Darren said. At CBD, strong set of numbers, hasn't changed what the second half looks like, actually sees growth. So Q3, this can't be kicked down the road all the time. People saying, so when's the hit coming? That's what people are worried about. And at the moment, the numbers that we're seeing all seem positive.
Yep. Do says it's made a lot of investments in cloud, AI and data centre solutions, as indeed they should be, because we know that traditional mobile revenues have been declining. Youngsters don't answer the phone.
What is this green thing in front of me? Like, answer? Don't answer?
Yeah, so if you're a telecom, you need to figure out how you're going to be making your money in the future. More on that to come. We're going to put out a shout to do and see if we can get them in the studio over the next couple of days as well. It is 8 a.m. on a Thursday morning. You're listening to Matt and Brandy.
Every day around the world, stories and advice are shared on social media, all by word of mouth. But not all are always credible.
The ARN News Center cuts through the haze of misinformation with accurate and confirmed reports.
So while some may sensationalize the narrative for clout and views, we'll continue to bring you the real facts and help you navigate the unexpected.
Stay informed with the ARN News Center. Find us on social media or download the ARN News Center app. This is the Business Breakfast on your home of news, business, talk and sport in the UAE.
Dubai Eye 103.8.
Good morning. It is 8 o'clock on a Thursday morning. You're listening to Matt, Andy and Brandy on the Business Breakfast, live on Dubai Eye 103.8. It's your radio. Streaming live on YouTube as well at Dubai Eye 103.8 FM. Thursday morning, 23rd of July, 8 o'clock. Matt, what are we looking at?
Oil crosses $95 a barrel. Actually crosses 96. Dubai inflation hits 5.7%. UK inflation falls more than expected.
Yeah, we've got more on all of these top stories. Plus, the Dubai Department of Economy and Tourism wants you to bring your mum to stay. And your best friend, and your old neighbours, everybody. We're going to find out about this massive incentive scheme that's been making headlines over the last 24 hours.
And Aramex has a new CEO. We have questions. We're going to be speaking to him later on. But before all that, here's Andrew Hosey with the headlines.
From the ARN News Centre.
Keeping pace with what's going on in your world.
This is Dubai Eye 103.8 News.
The UAE has strongly condemned renewed Iranian attacks targeting Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan and the Kurdistan region of Iraq with missiles and drones. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs confirmed they represent a violation of the sovereignty of the countries and a threat to their security and stability. The ministry reiterated the UAE's full solidarity with the countries and its support for them in all matters to preserve their security and stability. Meanwhile, Yemen's Houthi rebels say they've targeted 2 Saudi oil tankers in the Red Sea as tensions continue to escalate across the region. The group claims the attacks are part of a naval blockade against Saudi Arabia, although one of the reported strikes has yet to be independently confirmed. Several oil tankers have already changed course to avoid the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, raising fresh concerns over global oil supplies as fighting between the United States and Iran entered its 12th consecutive day. The United States and Saudi Arabia have signed a landmark civilian nuclear cooperation agreement, paving the way for closer collaboration on the kingdom's nuclear energy program. The US says the deal supports peaceful nuclear development and includes safeguards designed to uphold international non-proliferation standards. Saudi Arabia says it marks a new chapter in energy cooperation between the two allies. And South Korea says it will continue pursuing dialogue with North Korea in an effort to achieve lasting peace on the Korean peninsula. Foreign Minister Cho Hyun told a regional meeting of Asian leaders that Seoul remains committed to peaceful coexistence and shared prosperity despite years of heightened tensions and stalled negotiations with Pyongyang. For more on those stories, download the ARN News Centre app.
Dubai Eye 103.8 Sports.
Sponsored by insurancemarket.ae.
In football, former Manchester United midfielder Casemiro will team up with Lionel Messi after signing for Major League Soccer side Inter Miami. The Brazilian was a free agent after leaving Old Trafford at the end of last season. Inter Miami is co-owned by former England captain David Beckham. And UAE Team Emirates XRG rider Tadej Pogacar remains in the yellow jersey at the Tour de France despite Belgian Jasper Philipsen claiming victory on stage 18. Philipsen won the 174-kilometre sprint into Voiron, while Pogacar safely retained his overall lead. The Belgian also moved to within 7 points of Mats Pedersen in the battle for the green jersey. Plenty more sport, ARN News Centre app.
Insurancemarket.ae. We insure the cat. We also insure the yacht the cat is sitting on. Pet, yacht, car, health, home and more. Call 800 Alfred 24/7. Insurancemarket.ae.
Good morning. It's the Business Breakfast. Andy in with the news this morning. Let's have a little bit of detail around some of the things that are making headlines that are, quite frankly, far too serious and important for Matt and I to discuss.
Right, so let's talk about the Saudi Arabia-US Civilian Nuclear Cooperation Agreement. So this is paving the way for Saudi Arabia to develop nuclear power with US technology. The deal still requires approval from Congress. We're assuming that will just go through no problem. But it marks a significant step in Saudi Arabia's long-term energy strategy. Saudi Arabia, of course, one of the world's largest oil producers, as I'm sure you know. But electricity...
Matt, did you get that?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
No. So there you go. That's something for you to learn up more about.
Yes,
perhaps.
I will. I'll go back and remember my password and do my background information.
But domestic electricity demand is rising in Saudi. The country's investing heavily in AI, so that means data centres. It's also advancing manufacturing, desalination and major infrastructure projects. Nuclear power will help with reaching that demand, helping to reduce the amount of oil burnt to generate electricity, leaving more available for export. I think that's part of
Yeah, that's
the plan.
exactly it. If I can actually, I do know a little bit about this, I promise. So when Saudi couldn't get their oil out the Strait of Hormuz, they had to use the east-west pipeline that comes out of Yanbu. During the summer season, air conditioning, power generation, they burned crude oil, but they're going to make more money exporting the crude oil rather than burning it domestically. So this makes sense. One question on that. When the UAE built the Baraka nuclear facility, did we have the same agreement with the US?
I don't think we did.
Just wondering why it was why it is a news thing.
I think this is because... I mean, this is saying it's historic. For some reason, it has become major news. BBC is leading with it this morning. I didn't think it was that important, but apparently it is. But yeah, Baraka nuclear energy plant was, helps the UAE generate a significant proportion of electricity. But has this deal been accelerated because of what's been happening over the last few months?
Maybe.
Okay. So, because as you said, it's more is available for export.
Yeah.
And obviously that's the plan for the future as well, to make nuclear energy create more electricity for the domestic market.
Domestic market, yeah, absolutely.
One of the things that always gets me about the energy market, and we've tried to explain it on the Business Breakfast a couple of times because people have always asked things like, how are our petrol prices going up when we are an energy producer, is because energy producers don't just necessarily use their own stuff, do they, Matt? They import other people's stuff as well.
Yes. I mean, if you can optimise your refinery better, so for example, in ADNOC, you can import gasoline that might be cheaper because you can export it at a better number. You're just optimising the system.
Yeah, so if you can sell it for more than you would buy it to use it, you do that.
Yes, But just because crude oil prices may seem to be coming down, end user prices are not. There's not enough refining capacity, which is why we may not see the benefits that many people are hoping if they look at the market through crude oil.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
I was just assuming that. I'm expecting that all petrol prices are going to go up.
Yes, they will. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't want to speculate yet, but yeah, oil prices are up around nearly 25% this month.
And we had a significant drop at the start of this month.
Yeah.
And so
we've given that back right now. Yeah.
So we're expecting petrol prices to jump up a little or a little bit more by next month.
Yes.
Yeah.
Something funny enough that we've been discussing with Nick Stettmiller, the chief economist at Emirates MBD, a little bit earlier this morning, and we're going to hear from him later because we've had some inflation numbers here in Dubai, a 5.7% rise for June, year on year. So that's the annual inflation. Unsurprising to anyone, transport costs and food costs, which are not unrelated to those energy costs, both of those are what have pushed up some of those prices to feed into consumer inflation. The report from Emirates MBD, they say that they think that the inflationary rises have peaked in June. And Dan from Emirates MBD was saying the same to us last month, where it came in at 5.5%. He said, we think next month it's going to peak and then it's going to start coming off. One of the reasons for that is housing, which Nick was saying, is also a big part of the basket. And they expect that lower housing costs, people striking deals for rent at the moment.
17 million dirham deals.
We were talking to Rick Wayne of Better Homes about this yesterday. So lower oil prices, and again, no one's got a crystal ball on this stuff, but a stronger dollar and also those lower housing prices. Let's wait and see. If we look at the trajectory of the rise, though, the curve is flattening a little bit. We were 5.5% in May. We're 5.7%. EMBD actually expected us to be 5.9%. So that curve is flattening. But again, none of us are sitting here with a crystal ball.
But what Rick said yesterday, that rentals are up and people are still lifting 17 million dirham houses, CBD is still doing well, numbers are still good. But why does everyone assume that rent's just going to come down? If those numbers are strong, that doesn't signal to me that the rental market is going to weaken anytime soon.
I have a theory on this. One of the reasons that people think the rental market will end up softening is because of the amount of handovers, particularly in the apartment space.
So it was always going to be a problem, you think?
We're always going to add more stock in and therefore bring rents down. We've been speaking to people in the real estate space for over a year now who have said, in 2027 or whatever beyond, we will see that softening of that rent because there'll be more stock and, supply-demand curve, basically. One of the things that I always think is your opinion of what the property market is going to do depends where you sit. Because you put your own hopes and expectations into that, don't you? So if you are a homeowner, like I am, you think, it's going to hold, the value is going to hold. Unless you are a pessimist. And if you are renting, you're thinking, it's all right, my contract's up in September, these are going to fall. Because you can't help have your own biases in there. So I always think whenever I talk to someone about the market, I think which side of this fence are you sitting? Because you can't help it as humans.
That's very true.
You can't help it as humans. It will colour your opinion.
And also you've got your own personal outlook about where you're actually staying as well, what part of the city you're staying in. And obviously if you're looking for a cheaper place to go, you will find a cheaper place to go. If you want to do that, you will do that.
Yeah, but that dynamic hasn't shifted because of the current conflicts or anything like that. That was always the case. And
we always had a lot of apartments that were going up.
And there were always a lot more being built.
There were always a lot more being built. I don't know how to segue into the fact that we are getting absolutely, and I've been waiting for you to come back for this.
Okay.
We have been getting a load of people messaging us about their celebrity spotting.
My favourite one, can I say it?
Yeah.
I saw Dennis Wise in Sharjah Industrial Estate last week. I mean, are you sure you saw Dennis Wise in Sharjah Industrial Estate?
Why would Dennis Wise be there in Sharjah Industrial? I mean, why does anyone go to Sharjah Industrial Estates to get good value, whatever? But perhaps maybe Dennis is.
Maybe Dennis is picking up a tap.
Yeah,
or something.
I have a follow-on from the man who claims to have seen Dennis Wise in the Sharjah Industrial Estate. Dennis Wise, by the way, is an ex-Chelsea footballer. He says it took a while to recognise it and compute because I was spinning out and I couldn't place him in that Sharjah landscape. We could call that out of context, couldn't we? But then I heard his voice.
Okay. I seem to remember he's quite high pitched.
No, he's a very feisty footballer.
Yeah.
English Londoner, real Londoner. But I don't know if he was squeaky.
I seem to remember the voice didn't match his, shall we say, personality, aggressive on the pitch personality.
You do realise that if Dennis Wise is hanging out in the Sharjah Industrial Estate, which for legal reasons we'll say is just a theory at the moment, he could be listening to us this morning.
Sure,
so you two should both be very careful. I don't know who he is.
Well, we'll look forward to him calling in to confirm that he is listening and that he did visit the Sharjah Industrial Estate.
And then you'll get your voice answer. Meanwhile, Yvonne reckons that she saw Kiefer Sutherland in the Etihad Business Lounge. Possible.
That would make sense, I think. That seems fine. Yeah, good for him.
Thanks,
yeah.
I think he's probably sitting in a business class lounge, if not a first class lounge, is he not, Kiefer Sutherland?
Most definitely.
He's not on seat 36B. Right, it is 8:15. Let's look at the traffic.
Dubai Eye 103.8 traffic.
Sponsored by Yas Island, Abu Dhabi. Need a place for kids to cool down and for free? The answer is yes. Book your Kids Go free package now at yasisland.com.
Yeah, Abu Dhabi looking clear after that small incident earlier on the Al Makta Bridge. At JBT, it's looking a little slow on the E44 as you're coming into the junction with the E311. Dubai looking clear, but it's Sharjah into Dubai. Slow traffic, morning commute. We've got a crash in the E11, a crash in the E311, and a 611 looking slow as well. So usual hotspots take care on the roads.
Dubai Eye
103.8.
Right, we're going to be speaking to the guys from Dubai Department of Economy and Tourism about their new plan. They want to get you to put your grandma on a plane. That's coming up.
More of the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8 is coming up next.
Sponsored by RACBank. The Elevate credit card gives you uncapped reward redemptions, 0 Forex fees, cashback on streaming and more. Apply today at racbank.ae. Conditions apply.
One currency was never enough for a traveller like you. The Al Ansari Exchange Travel Card by Visa, UAE's biggest multi-currency card, with 37 currencies and a rate you set for yourself. Every destination, every day, just like home. Get yours now on the app or at any branch. Al Ansari Exchange, 60 years of success and service excellence.
Set the agenda for your day.
OpenAI now wants ChatGPT to manage your money. The company is rolling out new tools that allow users to connect their bank accounts, their credit cards, and their investment portfolios directly to the AI platform. Now, the aim, is to give AI a much bigger role in people's financial lives. Supporters say it could really transform personal finance, but critics indeed are warning about the risks of handling that highly sensitive financial data. Carol Glynn is a chartered accountant turned finance coach at Conscious Finance Consulting.
Some of these apps already exist. It's not like people aren't using AI already to read their financials. This is very, very sensitive data, so people need to be really careful about what they share, how it's shared, the privacy.
Join the conversation on Dubai Eye 103.8 weekdays from 10 a.m.
Fell sick in India, but health insurance is from the UAE. Now pay from your pocket.
Avoid the horror of 2 different health insurance plans. PolicyBazaar.ae exclusively offers NRI care. That means one health insurance plan is enough to cover all 7 Emirates and over 1,900 plus Indian cities. Best health insurance? Choose PolicyBazaar.ae.
More of the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8 is coming up next.
Sponsored by Dubai Investments. Powered by diversity. Investing beyond today.
At Rack Bank, we're open for business. We've been supporting businesses for the past 50 years and will be here for the next 50. Open a new Rack Bank business account and earn up to 2% interest per annum. Enjoy unlimited cashback on foreign exchange transactions, plus free transfers within the UAE for all customers. Come bank with the best in business. Open your account digitally in just 48 hours at quickapply.rackbank.ae. Conditions apply. Rack Bank, 50 years with you.
Dubai Eye 103.8's One to Watch, your weekly pick for what everyone's talking about.
Descendants, Wicked Wonderland is this week's most watched movie on Disney Plus in the UAE, and it returns to Wonderland with Red and Chloe facing a brand new threat. After changing the past, they discover that their actions have created a new villain, Maddox Hatter, and must team up with unlikely allies to save the Queen of Hearts and Wonderland itself. UAE audiences will enjoy the mix of fantasy, adventure, and familiar characters in a fun new twist on the story.
Find out what's captivating audiences next time on Dubai Eye 103.8's One to Watch.
Summer means switching off. But if business travels with you, eAnd keeps you connected. With eAnd's business roaming offers, get up to 3 times more data starting from 60 dirhams a day. Dial *177# or visit eand.ae/business roaming. T's and C's apply. eAnd. Go for more.
The Debrief on Dubai Eye 103.8.
We are discussing the Costa Concordia cruise ship that sank off the coast of Italy in 2012. We're talking to a man who was actually on the cruise ship, Antimo Magnotta.
I don't know if you're familiar with Dante's Inferno. It looked like an inferno. Everyone looked to me like ghosts, soul, wandering. This is something that changed your life, of course. It's something that you will never expect. But I must say that the locals, to me, they looked like superheroes. All of a sudden, I received pieces of bread, hot tea. People, they just opened pharmacies and they were throwing paracetamol to everyone. I remember a woman shouting, "Is anyone in this piazza able to make coffees or teas? Just jump over the counter." So they were very scared and, they were caught by surprise. But they helped us like it was just the day after a disaster.
Weekdays from 4 p.m. on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Sponsored by insurancemarket.ae.
This is the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Sponsored by DP World. Finding a way to move your cargo every day. Visit dpworld.ae.
Good morning. You're listening to the Business Breakfast, 8:21.
The Markets on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Sponsored by Mashrek NeoBiz. Open a business account digitally in 1 day or get 1,000 dirhams. Earn 3% per annum for the first 3 months. Unlimited free local transfers and free WPS. T's and C's apply.
All right, stock futures for the US are slipping this morning. That's after a day of red arrows yesterday. That's after Alphabet earnings and Tesla earnings, basically. Everyone's very nervous about the AI trade. They want companies to invest in AI so they're not left behind, but they don't want companies to spend vast amounts of money on AI and for that not to pay off. Rock, hard place. Alphabet is right in the middle of it. So, despite really good growth in its, ironically, AI cloud computing business, revenue up by about 80%, the stock's been punished for it, and that is continuing into the futures space. Not the situation in Asia this morning, which is really interesting. Also, as Andy was saying earlier, quite a lot of geopolitical sensitivity going on as well. We're largely in the green, although not by very much, and I'm going to guess as well, given the time of year, that it is thin trading at the moment. But the Nikkei Australia and Hong Kong are technically all up.
Commodities.
Sponsored by EGA, Emirates Global Aluminium. Together, innovating aluminium to make modern life possible. Visit ega.ae to learn more.
Yeah, oil markets up again, up $2.10. We are on Brent this morning, 96.16 for September Brent. But it's gas oil again, diesel delivering to Europe $168 a barrel. That's up $3.50 a barrel this morning. Brent's up to tensions around Bab el-Mandeb, Strait of Hormuz are unending, it seems. Keep your eyes on whether we break 100 later on today.
You're listening to the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Join the conversation.
Where the Dubai Department of Economy and Tourism wants you to bring your mum to Dubai for a holiday, and your bestie, and her bestie. And they will reward you and them for doing so. We are very pleased to be joined on the line now by Noor Al Jaziri. She is Associate Vice President for the MENA region for Special Projects at the Dubai Department of Economy and Tourism, the DET. Noor, it's lovely to speak to you. Good morning.
Good morning. It's lovely to be here with you. Thank you.
And the scheme that I'm talking about here is your Dubai Invite program. Tell me what you're doing.
Great. So the Dubai Invite program is actually part of our City Ambassadors program. And it's actually a combination of work and collaboration that we've been doing over almost a year of work right now with our public and private partners. The aim is for us to reward our residents, whom are our most powerful advocates and ambassadors of the city. It's a very simple and rewarding way for them to invite their family and friends and share the city that they love with them through experiences and, moments that they can create together.
Look, the number 3,000 has been doing the rounds because the reason we're talking to you is because the amount of traction and comments that we saw on social media yesterday around this. What form do the incentives take? Are they free tickets, discount tickets, credit notes, cash money? What are you doing?
All right. So people tend to first register. So they go on to visitdubai.com/invite. They give us a bit of details on themselves and the people that they'd like to invite to Dubai. And once we've verified their entry into Dubai from July 20 all the way until October 31st, they then are eligible to unlock a limited number of benefits that are worth over 3,000 dirhams. And I'd like to actually take this moment to thank the partners that are part of this program with us. And those are like Milia, Dubai Desert Palm, and as well as ME Dubai. We've got Destination Mina Siyahi, we've got IHG Properties, we've also got Aquaventure and Grand Hyatt Water Parks and IMG as well. We also have the leisure group, the Solution Leisure Group as part of this, and Kareem as well. And all benefits are valid until the 31st of December, actually, in terms of redemption.
Why are you doing this?
Question. Look, Dubai has always worked to find ways to provide both our residents and our visitors with value to the city. This is one of those programs that falls under that kind of category. We consistently try and find ways to engage with both our residents and our visitors alike. And, if you look at things that we've done in the past, like If You Go, and, all the other programs that we run throughout the years, this is pretty much the same. What we found is that we can celebrate our most powerful advocates in a very simple way. And this was just to do that, really, to be able to give them a reason to further enjoy the city with the people that they love.
What impact are you hoping that it will have?
Well, the first impact, I think, and the key one, is that the action that we do and are able to appreciate our residents. And that's the first impact that we'd like to see. And you can see actually a great engagement from our resident community. In above 48 hours, we received over 10,000 applications. And this is testament to how this resident community is, right? And I think that's the best and most rewarding aspect of it. And then seeing people, unite here in Dubai, gather here as they always do, and enjoy special moments together is the most rewarding impact, I'd say.
So 10,000 people have nominated a guest that's coming.
A guest or more, yes.
Do you have a numbers cap on this? Is there a point where you say, okay, we're all out of discount hotel stays?
So we do have a limited stock of benefits. But with this overwhelming number of engagement, we might look at revising that. We're in discussions on that at the moment, actually.
What are you hoping it will give your partners? What are you hoping it will give the hospitality industry right now?
As we always do, we work very closely with our stakeholders across all things. So it's not just the hotels, the restaurants and transportation. We always work in collaboration to be able to provide value to our residents and visitors, as I said. And this is a way that we all do and work together. So it's a win-win situation for all.
No, morning. Hi, it's Matt here. Hope you're well. I like the scheme. It sounds really good. Do you think this will be expanded out to other parts of the UAE? Would Abu Dhabi look at doing something? Say Yas is a very popular spot. Will you look at expanding the program within Dubai as well?
The program within, if this has gotten overwhelmingly amazing engagement, and the program in itself, as I said, is work that we've done across almost 1 year, and something that we look to continue doing in the future. So I think, although this specific initiative ends in October 31st, we may repeat it in the future and see what we can come up with this as well.
You said earlier when, people go to the site and sign someone up that you will contact them once they're validated. Do they have to have an air ticket before they can be sent these deals and these discounts? At what stage do they count as a visitor?
Okay, so the resident is the one that will unlock the benefits once their visitor actually arrives into Dubai. So the process is that the resident actually comes onto the website, registers and nominates their visitors, and they give us a few details, obviously, on them, and then we verify those details once they've arrived into the city, and that triggers the unlock of the benefits that get then sent to them.
Well, it is an initiative that has absolutely got people talking on social media. We were quite surprised by the hundreds of comments that we saw yesterday, which is the reason that we have Noor Al Jaziri, Associate Vice President for MENA and Special Projects at the Dubai Department of Economy and Tourism, who says that they've already seen 10,000 people go to the website and sign up. We appreciate your time this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, I'm Andrew Hosey. Sharjah police have fined a driver 2,000 dirhams after he was caught driving with a windscreen sunshade that obstructed his view. Elsewhere, the US military says it launched a new round of strikes on Iran at President Donald Trump's direction, marking the 12th successive night of American attacks. And the US and Saudi Arabia have signed a landmark agreement on peaceful nuclear cooperation. For more on those stories, head to the ARN News Centre app.
This is the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Sponsored by PolicyBazaar.ae. Get health insurance with exclusive PB Advantage benefits like no claim bonus and auto recharge from PolicyBazaar.ae, where the UAE gets insured.
Looking to start your business fast and easy? Welcome to Ajman New Ventures Free Zone. Get your license in 2 hours, a visa in 48 hours, and kickstart your company from just 4,888 dirhams. 100% digital, no physical presence needed. Pay as you go with easy installments and run 10 different business activities under one license. Call 0680888888 or visit ancfz.ae. Ajman New Ventures Free Zone.
The Score on Dubai Eye 103.8.
You're on Match of the Day, you're the lead pundit. The podcast, I've got to say, well done. The Wayne Rooney Show for the BBC. How much are you loving just your own brand, your own platform, Wayne, to get your thoughts and insights into the game across?
It's good because obviously why I've done the podcast, it was if you have opinions, and I found myself speaking to my mates after games, and they thought, why not try and bring that to life? And obviously with Kelly and Kay, I think they're really good and big help on it for me as well, and it's an opportunity for me to give my thoughts on whether that's Man United, Liverpool, Everton, whatever it is, on football in general. And I think people get to see me a game from a different side, which is probably, it was the right time to do it. It's difficult to do that when you are coaching, so probably been asked to do quite a lot of them, but just thought, why not do my own one?
Join the conversation
Weekday evenings from 7.
on Dubai Eye 103.8.
The ADGM app is your platform for success, offering business tools, real-time updates and networking within a thriving community. Explore exclusive dining, wellness and events across Al Maraya and Al Reem Islands. Download now and transform how you thrive at ADGM.
Dubai Eye 103.8 podcasts.
News, business, talk, sport.
YouTube has announced the launch of a supervised kid account across the Middle East and North Africa, including here in the UAE. It's designed for families who feel like their child is ready to move beyond YouTube Kids, but maybe not quite ready for the unrestricted access to the main platform. Dr. Garth Graham, how does it work in practice?
The accounts are optional, like can be set up for your child through the YouTube Family Center at any time. We usually recommend them for older kids, those around 13 and over. They come with 3 content settings for parents to choose from, broadly aligned with international content ratings, or if you want, you can manually select the content you're happy for your child to see.
Hear this podcast in full now at DubaiEye1038.com or wherever you get your podcasts. More of the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8 is coming up next.
Sponsored by Bayute. Want to know what a home is actually worth? Get instant home valuations in seconds with True Estimate on Bayute.
My bank gives me 6.25% per annum on savings.
My bank does too, plus free ATM withdrawals globally.
Mine too. Plus, I get 0 fees on local and international transfers, as well as stock trading.
Do you also get up to 5,000 dirhams joining bonus?
Are we both with Mashrek Neo Plus? Get the best with fee-free everyday banking plus 6.25% interest annually. Mashrek Neo Plus is here to stay. Apply now on Mashrek mobile app. T's and C's apply.
Cruise through your weekend with Motormania.
I do a daily commute to Abu Dhabi from Dubai. Right now, I drive a Pathfinder. I love the car, but I don't get a good fuel economy on this. Is it worthwhile spending the money on a hybrid?
Hybrids may not necessarily give you better fuel economy on a highway. So hybrids are good for city driving because what happens is in the stop-start traffic and first gear, second gear kind of stuff, that's when the electric kicks in and that's where you save the bulk of your fuel. If you're cruising on the highway 130 kilometers an hour, chances are the engine's going to be on.
Would it be better to go for a regular petrol car?
Honestly, because it's highway driving, I'd say a relatively new 4-cylinder, which is quite efficient, or a lazy 6-cylinder would probably be your best bet in terms of gas mileage.
Join the conversation on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Every Saturday from 10 a.m. This is the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
When travelling, stay connected to your business with up to 3 times more roaming data with E&. T's and C's apply.
Good morning, you're listening to the Business Breakfast headlines.
Business headlines on Dubai Eye 103.8.
All right, looking at the top business stories that we are covering for you this morning. Dubai inflation rising to 5.7% annually in June. It's on the back of higher fuel and food costs.
Meanwhile, UK inflation fell to a 15-month low of 2.6% in June as the country got a new Prime Minister who pledged to cut the cost of living.
We've got DP World signing a 50-year concession agreement to develop 2 new container terminals in Fujairah, creating an alternative trade route outside of the Strait of Hormuz.
Etihad Rail is bringing forward the opening of its Madinat Zayed and Liwa passenger stations by a month, with the 2 Al Dhafra stations set to open on the 30th of November.
Earnings, and we've got Commercial Bank of Dubai reporting a first-half net profit of 1.7 billion dirhams, up just over 1%. Its loan book crossed the 100 billion dirham mark for the first time, and the quality of that loan book continued to improve.
Yeah, sticking with earnings, telecoms operator Du reported a 12.6% increase in first-half net profit, supported by higher service revenue. Mobile subscriptions grew less than by 2%, which the company says reflects lower activation since the start of the conflict.
And in global markets, big tech earnings mixed overnight. Alphabet reporting a 14% jump in revenue, but shares still falling. Tesla and IBM weaker than expected numbers.
This is the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Join the conversation.
Right, we love a welcome interview, and we are about to do one now. A man who has been in his new top job for just a couple of months. Amadou Diallo became Group Chief Executive Officer for Aramex in May, and he joins us now to talk to us about the challenges of joining one of the biggest names in logistics at one of the most interesting times for logistics. Amadou, thank you so much for joining us and for coming into the studio. Mabruk, well done on the new job.
Thanks for having me.
You're a long-time logistics player. You have been in the industry for a very, very long time, and some of the biggest names in the industry as well. But you've taken up this post at a time when we're all talking logistics and supply chains just a few months into the conflict. What was your mandate given the situation?
Well, so Aramex is an organization that is born out of this region, grown out of this region, and went global from here. And my mandate is to accelerate growth and make sure that our people, not only here in the UAE or in the GCC, but our people across the globe, are very proud to build together with us a platform that is coming from the Global South.
So let's look at the base that you're looking to do that off. What impact has the conflict had on Aramex's logistic operations?
So again, Aramex is born out of Jordan. So that means that we are born out of a place where you have a lot of resilient people. We have grown in Lebanon, here in the UAE, in all of the GCC countries, and are also particularly, present in North Africa. And for us, whenever there is a challenge, we look at it as an opportunity. And actually, it has been a great opportunity for us to demonstrate, A, our resilience, B, our ability to create multimodal solution for many different gates, and C, to be able to support our customers, because we believe that even if it looks challenging, we can make sure that our customers can still distribute the goods across the region.
Well, you've got no shortage of challenges to choose from airspace closure to higher fuel prices to higher insurance costs. What has Aramex done? You walk into the job. What do you start putting in place to mitigate these closures and these higher costs?
First thing that we have done was to ensure that our people are safe, as any logistics organization, because we have a lot of talents that are coming from our region. Obviously, nobody left the operations, and because nobody left the operation, we were able to operate from Jeddah, to operate from Riyadh, to operate from Turkey, to connect some of the Levante countries, and to connect all of those countries to the rest of the region, as much as we have been operating out of Oman, to be able to connect. So you might not know, but Aramex actually has the largest fleet that is operating in terms of ground fleet of all the competition. So we have been able to demonstrate that if we have assets, we are very much backed by Limat. If we have assets and we have a lot of warehouse opportunities that we are operating across the region, then we can connect the markets even if the sky is closed or some ports are closed.
Yeah, Amadou, morning. Congrats on the job, as Brandy said. Look, the logistical issues can't be ignored. Jebel Ali, the biggest port in the Middle East, most people's logistical hub as well, including competition. And obviously we saw DP World yesterday sign a 50-year concession agreement to develop 2 new container terminals in Fujairah. So a lot of people are moving to the East Coast. Are you moving infrastructure there too?
We're already present everywhere in the UAE. So we are already present in Kofahan, we are already present in Fujairah. But I think that more importantly, we have been present in Jordan for a long while. We have been present in Saudi. We have a large operation in Saudi. And equally, we have a very large operation in Egypt. So, places where people could move their containers are multiple. So people have been moving their containers to Kenya to be able to reconnect with the region. People have been keeping their containers in India to be able to connect. And for us as logistics service providers, I think it is extremely important that we open gateways in multiple places so that we are very much flexible in terms of where we can bring goods. So, for instance, we have been moving trucks from the UK and Ireland to the GCC.
All the way from the UK?
All the way from the UK Ireland to the GCC.
Maybe I'll hop on a truck on the way back when you've got one, because I'm going to London on Sunday. So
you still have some space.
Does it change where you invest, though, to pick up on Matt's point? Does it change where you put your capex? Are you increasing what you're doing on the East Coast? Are you buying more trucks? Does what would normally be a plan B become a plan A in terms of your priorities?
So we already had priorities in developing our supply chain, our contract logistics capabilities. So because we are running a large fleet, for instance, we had to move weekly over 2,000 trucks from Soha to Bahrain using barges. So you have to really invest on the resources that have enough imagination to create solutions, but you also have to be able to connect with the customer at origin to show them that you have different solutions that are in place compared to whatever competition is providing. So, and because we are a GCC-based organization, obviously we should have more creativity than people who don't know the market as much.
Does it change the competition? Does it change what customers are actually paying for? Do they start paying for the reliability of their packet getting from A to B rather than the speed?
Well, I think that when you have customers that want to provide their products to the market, they have an obligation to be able to reach their customers at any time. So, and then, the worst thing is when your customer is not connected to the supplier that is based out of Malaysia or the supplier that is based out of China. So, and that is something that we have built up. Obviously, costs have gone up for the sea freight, etc., which has to be paid by the customers. But what it changes most is the pride of the employees in being able to deploy solutions so that our population is served. And that pride has no price.
So you see this as this, I don't want to leverage it too much, as an opportunity to grow your market share?
I see this as an opportunity to raise the pride and the passion of our people and therefore to open up their hunger for growing the business.
Okay, I'll put Matt's question a different way. Have you acquired customers who may or may not feel that you've got the regional experience here? Have you noticed your customer numbers going up during this period?
Yes, indeed, we did. So, many customers were looking for business contingency plans, and we have become a very good business contingency plan for many customers that didn't want to work with us at first. So it has been a big opportunity of growth for us. And secondly, by proving that our service quality is actually pretty high, it has been a good opportunity to maintain customers in our customer base that were not part of our portfolio.
Can you put some numbers on that for me? What have you seen in customer growth?
Well, we're about to release our numbers in short, so, I would avoid talking about numbers at the moment, but I can tell you it is spectacular.
Okay, so customer growth. What about the health of your customers themselves? We're going to keep you with us for a little bit longer, but you obviously need customers' business to be doing well for them to be sending stuff around the place. What have you seen in your customers' resilience?
I mean, so we have different sectors that we're servicing. So, for example, you have been having a big of a hit at the beginning for the e-commerce companies because it was becoming a bit complicated, and e-commerce is very low cost sometimes, particularly when it's coming out of Asia. But it also has been an opportunity to increase your e-commerce for customers so that they can build up their own logistics platform that are now more depending on your solution than building up their own, because it is a little bit more complicated. Secondly, we have My US and Shop and Ship, which is a platform where people can order stuff from the US particularly and the UK. At the beginning, orders had dropped because people were insecure, but now we can see it resurging. And lastly, we have seen an opportunity to develop our international B2B Express, which is a large opportunity for Aramex, obviously.
We're going to keep him with us, but we are talking to the new Group CEO of Aramex. We appreciate your time so much, we're not going to let you leave the studio. Amadou Diallo in just a moment.
Dubai Eye 103.8 traffic.
Sponsored by Yas Island Abu Dhabi. Need a place for kids to cool down and for free? The answer is yes. Book your Kids Go free package now at yasisland.com.
Yeah, Abu Dhabi clear, E11 clear. Sharjah into Dubai is really, really slow, but take care on the roads. It's just a crash in the E44 coming into Business Bay from Design District. Just be careful on the roads.
This is Dubai Eye 103.8.
Questions for Mr. Aramex? 4001 0487 15500.
Dubai Eye 103.8's weather check.
Sponsored by Air Arabia. From iconic landmarks to unforgettable cuisine, discover Rome non-stop from Sharjah. Book now at airarabia.com.
Plenty of sunshine today, but hazy, a little less humid than yesterday with a high of 39 degrees. Sunset in Dubai at 7:10 this evening.
More coming up next on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Your home of news, business, talk and sport in the UAE.
Insurancemarket.ae. We insure the cat. We also insure the yacht the cat is sitting on. Pet, yacht, car, health, and more. Call 800 Alfred 24/7. Insurancemarket.ae.
Dubai Eye 103.8 podcasts.
News, business, talk, sport.
Michael, I'm going to ask you to go back to that day. My understanding is you were visiting the pool. What was it that caught your attention? What made you realise that something was wrong?
There was a young girl next to me and said, there's a kid on the bottom. So I put my head under and I saw there was a young lad on the bottom of the pool. I went down, grabbed his arm, pulled him up. It's choking me up. So because it was the deep end, I've got him in my right arm and I'm swimming with my left, but I'm doing chest compressions. So I looked at him and I didn't like that look.
He wasn't conscious?
No. I started chest compressions and I gave him mouth to mouth and then he just had a big, like from nothing, the deepest inhale.
A remarkable story of how 5-year-old Kian was rescued from a community pool here in Dubai by a complete stranger. Michael, thank you very much indeed for your time. A real pleasure.
Thank you.
Hear this podcast in full now at DubaiEye1038.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
We were founded as part of an audacious ambition to transform the prospects of a nation, to create enduring prosperity. Today, we are the largest premium aluminium producer on Earth, providing a material essential for progress everywhere. Our greatest days are still to come, and we have bold aspirations to fulfill for all of us. We are Emirates Global Aluminium, together innovating aluminium to make modern life possible.
Soaring markets to sliding currencies, rising temperatures to dropping rent prices.
Dubai Eye 103.8 tracks the fluctuations that shape your day.
News, business, talk, sport, and everything in between, all in one place.
Dubai Eye 103.8.
It's hot out there, but not as hot as this deal. Golf Superstore is giving you 50% cash back. Yes, 50%. Shop online or swing by in store. Gear up with clubs, apparel, shoes, tech, everything you need to crush your game. Don't sweat it, score it. 50% cash back at Golf Superstore. Now online and in store. Limited time, selected items only. Terms and conditions apply. See store or website for details.
Progress is built through smart investments. For over 3 decades, Dubai Investments has contributed to the UAE's growth through a diversified portfolio spanning across real estate, manufacturing, healthcare, education, financial investments, services, and others. With innovation, resilience, and long-term value at its core, Dubai Investments, powered by diversity, investing beyond today.
The Debrief on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Would you prefer to smell good or look good?
Probably look good.
What about if you looked really good, but you absolutely stank, like that guy that you used to work with that you always complained about?
The stinker. Or what about if you had a face like a half-eaten pasty, but you smelt really good?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Swings and roundabouts, really, isn't it?
I think I'd rather look good, but then I just keep my distance.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's no good answer.
It's a tough question. It might even be an impossible question.
Weekdays from 4 p.m. on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Sponsored by insurancemarket.ae.
Time check with Weo Bank. It's coming up to 9 a.m. Bring your money and your families under one roof with Weo Personal. Save, spend, and invest smarter. Discover more at weo.io.
This is the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Sponsored by ADGM. The ADGM app is your ultimate platform for business success. Available in the App Store and Google Play.
You're listening to the Business Breakfast. Good morning.
Currencies.
Sponsored by insurancemarket.ae.
Yeah, pretty flat morning so far on currencies. 133.90 dollar sterling. Philippine peso 61.73. That's flat from earlier on. 277 for a dollar Pakistani rupee and 96.50. And for my Senegalese friend in the room, Sefa to the dollar is 573.42 right now.
Insurancemarket.ae. We have insured Dubai families since 1995. The kids we covered then have kids we cover now. Get health insurance from insurancemarket.ae. Call 800-ALFRED.
You're listening to the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Join the conversation.
Matt's new mate is the new Group Chief Executive Officer of Aramex, Amadou Diallo. He stayed in the studio with us. He's taken the top job at the company, proudly founded in Jordan by friend of the show, Fadi Gandor, at a really interesting time. Only been in that job a couple of months, and of course, we don't need to tell you what the last couple of months have looked like for anyone working in the logistics sector. Thank you so much for staying with us.
Thank you.
You guys had a sort of not a turnaround plan, but a transformation plan that was already in place before the conflict to reduce your costs and to get more efficient. Accelerate 28, it's called. That was already well underway. How do you keep doing that? How do you keep cutting costs, getting more efficient, looking at ways of doing things measurably better at a time when costs are increasing left, right and centre?
Well, so operational efficiency is something, if you work in logistics, that is like a continuous need to work on. For our organization, we are trying to not only connect GCC countries, we're trying to connect traders that are coming from the US, people that are operating the businesses in China, and to the GCC, but also to Australia. I'm sure you know that in Australia we have a very large platform of distribution. We hold 15% market share in Australia with Aramex Australia, which is not very much known sometimes abroad. So, and what we are doing is that we are organizing our entire system to be able to connect all the dots. That means to be able to connect the US to Australia, to be able to connect China to Southeast Asia and Australia, to be able to connect China to Europe, which are things that we have not really concentrated on in the past. And for us to do that in a competitive way, we have to be extremely lean. And that is why we are maximizing the digitization of our platform systems that we operate with, both for our international express business and for our freight forwarding business. And that is something that we are accelerating because there's more demand than we can absorb at the moment. And we have to really automate the processes so that we can do it efficiently. That's why we're doing that, yeah.
Where are you trying to get with this? With your global expansion, what will success actually look like? How are you measuring it?
So, I mean, if you look at the trends in the last 10 years, you will see that the Middle East is becoming an epicenter for logistics. And for us to really, outspan the reach that we can have from the Middle East. So, Limat has invested in Aramex, but they also have invested in Etihad Airways, they have invested in Etihad Railways and the Port of Abu Dhabi, amongst others. So we have to be able to connect the customers that are coming from different markets through the UAE and sometimes directly to the rest of the market so that we can create a global platform that is coming from our country to serve the globe as opposed to those that are based in America or in Europe or other places.
Couple of questions on that, because you said that there's more demand than you can absorb right now. So that's the first one. And then that sort of transitions on to the story around Etihad Rail, which, Georgia talks about Etihad Rail a lot. She is the train spotter unique within the Arabian Radio Network. But first, the demand story, more than you can absorb. So expand on that. Where is that demand coming from that you're seeing?
Well, so, I just came back with my team from China. And if you follow very much what is happening in China or in Turkey, you see a lot of manufacturers that are moving from China or from Turkey and implementing the operations here in the UAE or in Oman or in Egypt or in Algeria or Morocco or all these places in Saudi. So, and they need solutions that are coming out of our markets. And we need to be able to connect them to the rest of the globe out of these markets so that, our production platform becomes resilient and the jobs that they're creating remain permanent. And that is where I think we have to accelerate to become lean from operating out of those markets so that the service they used to provide from Vietnam or from China can be provided from here in a seamless way. That's why we have to improve our efficiency.
Okay, and then Etihad Rail, obviously, just bring that back into what it means for the UAE. The timing was quite extraordinary. So just tell us how logistically it works. We all saw the pictures on the local news outlets around Nissan putting their cars on a truck, on a rail car, going into Abu Dhabi. That really has been a saviour, hasn't it, for a lot of the logistical concerns you had when the Strait of Hormuz issue started?
So I saw that. So Omar Saibi, who's the CEO of Etihad Red Freight, had the opportunity to demonstrate that we actually can fix solutions that are coming from Guayfat to the rest of the GCC here. Because the shipments are coming from via Jeddah, right?
Right.
But similarly, we have seen not only Nissan, other automotive providers also have been using the same routes. We, for instance, at Aramex, we had to move over 1,000 vehicles on trucks from Jeddah to be able to distribute to the rest of the GCC. And for us in the group, it is an opportunity to demonstrate that we can serve the automotive industry in an era where actually they were not looking at us.
So that's the new norm now, how people are bringing vehicles in. That's the new pattern.
It is very fast and very efficient because, there is a lot of consumption in Saudi. Saudi has not been a hub in the past. But now, if you can operate out of Saudi, a lot of the goods that are coming through Dubai also are going to Saudi. So you can have a hub that is actually, from a logistics perspective, much more efficient because you leave a lot of the goods in Saudi and then you reach out to all the other smaller markets from Saudi. So it gives an alternative gateway to the rest of the GCC, which is, I think, very important.
1 minute left with you. How is logistics and how is Aramex going to change as a result of this conflict? How will it be permanently different?
So thank you for that question. For me, logistics is always hot and spicy and has been hot and spicy for the last years since humanity was created. So, we're also very big in Egypt and we visited all the temples and, the logistic challenge that was related to it. So, there's a lot of digitization that is taking place, but we still need physical food to eat. We still need physical clothes to wear. We still need physical infrastructure to live in. So logistics is still essential for the survival of humanity, and for us, we think logistics is the only thing that will enable building a better tomorrow.
Amadou Diallo, the new Group Chief Executive Officer, now at Aramex. We love doing a welcome interview. We have enjoyed having you with us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Soaring markets to sliding currencies, rising temperatures to dropping rent prices.
Dubai Eye 103.8 tracks the fluctuations that shape your day.
News, business, talk, sport, and everything in between, all in one place.
Dubai Eye 103.8.
This is the Business Breakfast on your home of news, business, talk, and sport in the UAE.
Dubai Eye 103.8.
Good morning. You are listening to the Business Breakfast. Matt Stanley, we have Andy Hosey and Brandy Scott speaking with you this morning. It is 9 o'clock on the dot. Dubai 103.8. We are on your radio. We're also on YouTube, by the way, if you want to see what we look like. Matt's put on a shirt. Dubai 103.8 FM. Have you both gone for a button down?
Yes.
How very conservative. At 9 o'clock, these are our top stories.
Oil crosses $96 a barrel. Dubai inflation hits 5.7%. And DP World signs a 50-year deal for Fujairah port expansion.
We've also got 2025 as the year of sort of funds and family offices, if you like, that massive migration into the financial centres of the UAE. What's it looking like in the first half of this year? We're going to speak to the man who finds the people who runs those offices.
And earnings season, we had Darren in earlier on. Commercial Bank of Dubai, always first in the studio, and today was no different. But before all that, here's Andrew Hosey with your headlines.
From the ARN News Center.
Now, the stories as they happen.
This is Dubai Eye 103.8 News.
Sharjah police have fined a driver 2,000 dirhams after he was caught driving with a windscreen sunshade that obstructed his view. The motorist was also given 23 black points, while the vehicle has been impounded for 60 days. Police say blocking a driver's view is a serious traffic offence under the UAE's road laws and are urging motorists to ensure they have a clear view of the road at all times. Elsewhere, the US military says it launched a new round of strikes on Iran at President Donald Trump's direction, marking the 12th successive night of American attacks. The US Central Command said in a statement the mission will continue to further degrade Iran's ability to threaten civilian mariners and commercial vessels transiting regional waters. Meanwhile, fresh concerns are growing over global oil supplies after Yemen's Houthi rebels claimed missile and drone attacks on 2 Saudi oil tankers in the Red Sea. Shipping companies have begun rerouting vessels away from the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, adding to disruption already caused by the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. The US and Saudi Arabia have signed a landmark agreement on peaceful nuclear cooperation. It paves the way for a long-term partnership on civilian nuclear energy. The deal will now be reviewed by Congress. And finally, it was a Beatle fan's dream come true in Liverpool. A sightseeing tour bus pulled up next to a car carrying Sir Paul McCartney, who waved at stunned passengers. To top it off, he was chatting to fellow Beatle Ringo Starr on FaceTime. Tour guide Tony Curley says it was a moment no one will ever forget.
We stopped at the lights, and the driver Neil said, "It's Paul McCartney." So I was talking on the microphone, and I went, "Paul McCartney." So everyone behind was saying, "Oh, he's only joking." And I said, "No, it really is Paul McCartney." And not only that, he's on a Zoom to Ringo Starr. So it was one of them real magical moments.
For more on those stories, head to the ARN News Centre app.
Dubai Eye 103.8 Sports.
Sponsored by insurancemarket.ae.
In football, Arsenal have confirmed defender William Saliba's returned from the World Cup with a back injury and will be out of action for an extended period. He was part of the France side that made it to the semi-finals of the tournament. He will require a period of rehabilitation but isn't expected to need surgery. And Tyson Fury said don't hold your breath when asked if his boxing showdown with Anthony Joshua is definitely going ahead. Both fighters are in action this weekend, with Fury going up against Poland's Mariusz Wach in Thailand before Joshua takes on Christian Prenga in Saudi Arabia. The Brits have signed contracts to finally get in the ring together later this year. Plenty more sport on the ARN News Centre app.
Insurancemarket.ae. What if your insurance gave you money back? Up to 8,000 dirhams a year in rewards, free with every policy through the My Alfred app. Insurancemarket.ae.
I'm looking at the photos of Paul McCartney just to check that he was in the back of the car and not driving whilst on FaceTime with
That'd have been embarrassing.
Ringo Starr. Not only is he clearly being driven by someone else, which you would kind of expect, wouldn't you? But he literally holds the phone out so that everyone can wave at everyone, including Ringo Starr. This is adorable.
Oh, that's brilliant. Yeah, that's nice. So
he was on. Do you remember James Corden used to do a carpool karaoke?
Yes.
And he was on. Paul McCartney was on that, and he seemed like a highly approachable sir.
I believe he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, he seems like a genuine nice guy, down to earth.
Just sang at Taylor Swift's wedding.
Did he?
Fun fact.
Did he?
Yes.
I did not know that.
Oh, there you go. Matt's been talking about trains.
Right, yes. So this is Etihad. They've decided they're going to bring forward the opening of their Madinat Zayed and Liwa passenger stations by a month. So they're now going to open on the 30th November rather than the end of December. And this rather handily coincides with the start of the Al Dafra events and festival season. So that gives visitors another way of getting to the region by going by train. So easier access to these events and festivals in Abu Dhabi. So those stations are opening up 30th November. As we know, passenger services have already started Abu Dhabi to Fujairah and back. They began at the end of June. Journey times, 1 hour and 45 minutes. Dubai Al Daid stations, they're opening up at the end of September, September the 30th, with the full passenger network expected to be completed when Sharjah station opens, and that's going to be in March next year. So that's 11 cities and regions across the UAE, stretching from Al Sila in the west to Fujairah on the east coast.
I have a question. Is the cargo line the same as the passenger line?
The actual rails?
Yeah.
Now, there's going to be two passenger lines. So there's going to be the high speed, which is not taking in all these 11 stations.
Okay.
So that means that that can reach speeds of something ridiculous like 320 kilometers per hour at certain points. But that means that Dubai to Abu Dhabi is going to be basically half an hour on the high-speed network.
Will it?
Yeah. The cargo lines, they've been running for a while.
Yeah, I saw one. I was driving down to Jebel Ali the other day, and I saw one of the... Have you seen the length of these container trains? They're ginormous.
Yeah, they're the ones that everyone... Who was the... I think it was Nielsen. Had a bunch of patrols
That's right.
on them.
We just have speaking to Amadou about it, right? And I think it's for a logistical point of view, anyone coming in, if you want a raspberry or an avocado, Etihad Rail has saved your dietary issues.
Yeah, look, it's been... the thing that's been really fascinating talking to people during the conflict, whether it's a supermarket, whether it's an Aramex, whether it's the patrol people, Nissan, is the inventiveness of everybody's workarounds. We know Tom Harvey from Spinneys put a load of crisps in the back of a truck and it drove for, I think it was about sort of 18 days or something.
No cheese footballs, though. I've still got an issue with no cheese footballs.
From the
Come on,
UK... Cheese footballs are just for Christmas, Matt Stanley. From the UK to here. We've seen people do different stuff to get... I mean, you had the automobile conversation there with Amadou. And it's fascinating how many of these will stay in place. What's the phrase? Necessity being the mother of invention.
Yeah, and I wonder how much of that is a structural change rather than a cyclical one. That's the way that people will look at importing things and how embedded the Strait of Hormuz issues are. But like supply chains have worked around incredibly quickly. I think Etihad Rail has really... I'd like to speak to them, Etihad Rail.
Well, look, Georgia has a couple of times, and Andy was our man on the ground when
on the 30th, yes,
first,
in Abu Dhabi.
The first trains went. I'm pretty sure... I mean, we know they're different trains, obviously. But I'm pretty sure that they use different...
Yeah, different lines. Because they're already up to the Saudi border and industrial city of Abu Dhabi. And then they get to Fujairah already. There's already the cargo connection there. And they have been in place for a while. So it is a different project, essentially.
Did I also spot in one of the pictures a W.H. Smith at the railway station?
You did indeed, yes.
I thought I was in Charing Cross back in London when I used to commute to London.
Yes.
Can you buy a 200 dirham sandwich there to go and take on the train with you?
Only in a meal deal.
Yes. I would love to have a W.H. Smith meal deal, but they haven't got them up and running yet. But they were serving coffee and refreshments.
An upper crust and a W.H. Smith at Abu Dhabi.
I love the fact that W.H. Smith has got the contract. It's great.
I had one of the funniest... I had to come in as a translator last summer in Stirling in Scotland.
Wow.
In a WH... Was it a WH Smith? It was the concession that sold books, newspapers and crisps.
Smith's, yeah.
In Stirling Station. It wasn't large. And there were two American... Well, they looked like hikers. They were wearing the shoes, the shorts, and they had the little backpackers, trampers, whatever you want to call it, who were having a conversation with the Scottish woman, so accent, who was in the newsagents. And they were trying to buy drinks and sandwiches without the chocolate bar or crisps that were involved in the meal deal.
I mean,
and
that's the only reason you buy the meal deal.
Absolutely.
Is for that.
So they're standing there, two packaged sandwiches, 2 cans of Coke or whatever it was, bottles of Coke. And the woman said, "Oh, there's a meal deal." I cannot do the accent. Can you do the accent? Can you say for me, "There's a meal deal, you get a chocolate bar with that"?
Oh, lassie, there's a wee meal deal going on with this. And you can get a wee jockey bar with that.
And the guy was like, "Sorry, what?" And she said it again, and he said, "What?" And she said, and so I had to come in and say, what she's saying is, there's a free chocolate bar that go with that.
Candy.
Yeah. And they didn't want it, and she couldn't get her head around the fact that why wouldn't you take the free chocolate? And it was fabulous. I had to stand there and interpret for both sides.
Why would you not take the free snack with the rest of the meal deal? Also, I think that causes issues with the till, does it not? I mean...
I do. But yeah, I was amazed. W.H. Smith, I was like, they're even in Abu Dhabi railway station. They're in every one in London, if you ever commute to London.
It is a global takeover. Right, let's look at what else is making headlines this morning. India, student protests.
Yes, so we've got fresh clashes that have broken out in New Delhi. Thousands of young protesters demanding the resignation of India's education minister have been confronting police. This has meant officers have been using tear gas to disperse crowds. So why is this all happening? Well, it's after exam papers were leaked, which then disrupted national entrance tests taken by around 2 million students earlier this year. For these young people, those exams represent years of preparation, gateway to university places, careers, social mobility, lots riding on them. Investigators allege the questions were leaked through an organised network involving insiders, middlemen, coaching operators before the exams. Whatever was behind that, the tests have been cancelled. More than 2 million students were forced to prepare for a resit, turning what began as an exam scandal into a much wider protest about fairness, opportunity, and also trust in the education system. Now, the movement calls itself the Cockroach Janta Party, or CJP. Reason why they're called the Cockroaches? Started as an online joke because people felt they were treated like cockroaches, basically ignored, unwanted, but impossible to get rid of. However, this social media posts, initially they started off as social media posts and have become nationwide protests since, attracting thousands of supporters. So this has become one of the biggest youth-led challenges against Narendra Modi's government since he first took office in 2014. The government is promising reforms to the examination system and has held talks with protest leaders, but demonstrators are saying they will continue until the Education Minister, Dharmendra Pradhan, resigns.
Matt, have you got something to tell us?
What, regarding Dennis Wise?
Yes.
Apparently he said he was there. He just confirmed it's him.
Amazing.
Does that mean he's listening? Or someone who knows Dennis Wise is listening?
Dennis Wise here, confirmed I was there.
Are you being trolled? Is this one of your mates?
I don't know. Wisey, well, you're welcome, mate.
Okay. We've got to investigate this further.
We do indeed. In other news, Emirates NBD and FAB, two of the biggest banks in the country, have reported. Feels like it pales into insignificance, to be honest. We've got net profit for Emirates NBD up 3%. If I quickly pull up the FAB numbers and just give you the very top line as well, net profit up by 1% for H1. We will dig into these numbers in more detail later on once we get over Dennis Wise.
Dubai Eye 103.8 traffic.
Sponsored by Yas Island Abu Dhabi. Need a place for kids to cool down and for free? The answer is yes. Book your Kids Go free package now at yasisland.com.
Yeah, good on Wisey, well done. Right, Abu Dhabi clear, Dubai looking okay, Jumeirah Village Circle, Jumeirah Village Triangle looking slow, but it's the E11, get off it. All the way from Al Nada, all the way down to the airport is completely congested. It's E311s, there's a crash as well, but just take care on the roads.
This is Dubai Eye 103.8.
Right, coming up next, speaking ex-footballers and fund managers.
About Town.
Your guide to what's going on around the UAE.
First up, Ibn Battuta Mall have an indoor run series. The third of 5 is coming up. It's on Sunday, August 2nd. But you do need to book a spot. It's also a hotspot if you play Pokemon Go. And onto the fun and activities, the Expo City Camp Summer Edition is on. Great for kids, happening at Terra Sustainability District. They cover everything from science to creativity and, of course, exploration. They're running now all the way through August.
About Town.
Sponsored by insurancemarket.ae.
Insurancemarket.ae. The worst part of a small accident isn't the dent, it's what can happen after. But with us, you are just one call away from your dedicated claims manager. Get car insurance from insurancemarket.ae.
This is the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Sponsored by JAFSA. Designed for manufacturers and traders targeting global markets. Visit jafsa.ae.
The Score on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Give us an insight what it's like being part of UE Team Emirates XRG.
It's not easy for me. It's hard to believe it that I'm able to do it. Sometimes it's hard to believe it. I'm a young guy. I see these guys on TV. It's not hard to realize that every day I work for the team, and now they put me on the line to fight for the best races. On the training, I'm really criminal with the way that I work for. But when I put the jersey for the race and I go to the bus and I do the routine, I do with pleasure. And at the same point, I asked the team, "Are you sure?" So I try to be realistic with this. I try to get used to it, and for sure I want to believe in myself that I am able to do it.
Join the conversation.
Weekday evenings from 7
on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Gut feeling says maybe. Bayut's True Estimate says here's the number. Before you buy, sell or rent, check if the price is right. True Estimate. Free instant property valuation. Only on Bayut. Bayut.com. Real brokers, real data, real properties.
Navigate the highs and lows of life with afternoons on Dubai Eye 103.8.
YouTube has announced the launch of a supervised kid account across the Middle East and North Africa, including here in the UAE. It's designed for families who feel like their child is ready to move beyond YouTube Kids, but maybe not quite ready for the unrestricted access to the main platform. Dr. Garth Graham, how does it work in practice?
The accounts are optional and can be set up for your child through the YouTube Family Center at any time. We usually recommend them for older kids, those around 13 and over. They come with 3 content settings for parents to choose from, broadly aligned with international content ratings, or if you want, you can manually select the content you're happy for your child to see.
Join the conversation on Dubai Eye 103.8, weekdays from 1 p.m.
There's always plenty happening in the world. And while headlines may change, smart investing has always been about keeping a long-term perspective. HSBC combines decades of global market expertise with personalized guidance from a dedicated relationship manager, helping you navigate changing markets with confidence while staying focused on your financial goals. And when you start investing today with HSBC World Trader, you can get up to 3 free shares in a blue chip stock.
This summer, drive home your dream SUV with Jator's unbeatable offers. Enjoy VAT on us, or 0% interest, a free service package, and a 1 million kilometre warranty. With EMIs starting from just 966 dirhams per month, your dream SUV is closer than you think. Visit Jator showrooms across Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Ashman and Al Ain today. Jator UAE, part of Elite Group Holding. Terms and conditions apply.
Dubai Eye 103.8, One to Watch. Your weekly pick for what everyone's talking about.
Silo is this week's top series on Apple TV in the UAE, and Season 3 deepens its dystopian world with a new pre-apocalyptic storyline set in Washington, D.C. Juliet Nichols returns with suppressed memories, while the mystery of the Silo's creators and an escalating geopolitical crisis raise the stakes even further. UAE audiences will be drawn in by the suspense, the expanding world building, and the high-concept sci-fi tension.
Find out what's captivating audiences next time on Dubai Eye 103.8's One to Watch.
This is the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Subscribe to business roaming plans from eAnd, starting from 60 dirhams per day.
Good morning. You're listening to the Business Breakfast, 9:21.
The markets on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Sponsored by Mashrek NeoBiz. Open your business account digitally today by downloading the Mashrek Biz app, the best rated SME app in the UAE, or visit mashrek.com/neobiz. T's and C's apply.
Right, the markets are reacting to international earnings. We're also looking here at local earnings. We have had Do coming out with a healthy, their words, H1 2026 profit. We do not disagree, because we have seen net profit for that first half of the year up by nearly 13%. Do points out that some of their mobile subscriptions have been affected by the conflict, mainly by tourists not taking those short-term passes, but the rest of it, fixed line growth, permanent, sort of the post-paid mobile and all the rest of it is solid. We have also got FAB and Emirates MBD coming out with their numbers. Emirates MBD, a record H1 pre-tax profit, which was up by about 5%. Profit after tax up by 3%. And if I pull up, I've got not enough screens and too many pieces of paper here. The FAB growth for H1, a 7% growth in operating income. If I scroll down and have a look for H1 at their net profit, it is up by 1%.
Commodities.
Sponsored by EGA, Emirates Global Aluminium. Together, innovating aluminium to make modern life possible. Visit ega.ae to learn more.
Yeah, top scrolling there, Brandy. Gold down 27 on the day, 4124 an ounce, been largely steady, but it's oil of the news again. Coming in overnight about further strikes on vessels through Bab el-Mandeb, Strait of Hormuz. Brent doesn't like it. Well, does like it, if you like. It depends which side of the coin you sit. 96.15 for Brent, up $2.10. Diesel still high, up $21 a tonne this morning at $1,250 a tonne for gas oil.
This is the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Join the conversation.
It's not just the listed companies taking stock of the first half of the year. We've got a lot of firms that have been opening their books and letting us know what business has been like for them. One of them is Cordell Partners. They are a headhunting company. They place people at sort of the top of the financial tree. So people working in hedge funds, people working in the finance arms of holding companies, local family offices. One of the big stories of 2025 was the sheer number of family offices and investment vehicles that moved into the UAE. We wanted to know what kind of effect the conflict had had on that flow and therefore the amount of people that they were hiring. Page 1 of the 2026 salary benchmarking report that Oscar, the co-founder of Cordell Partners, Oscar Ariana Haider, had put together, was fascinating. Great report right from the start. He saw a massive difference between what multinational entities were doing versus the local investment and finance vehicles. So we began by asking him, what is the difference?
The big difference is with these multinationals that are new into the region. So whether they got their license from the DFSA towards the end of last year, and they had huge, ambitious plans of 50 people or 60 people in the DIFC or the ADGM. Sadly, for many of us across the street, we got a few phone calls in February, end of February, say thanks, that's all on hold for now. So a lot of frozen hiring for that end of Q1, start of Q2, with the big multinationals that have either never really had boots on the ground here. They've flown in, flown out. And this was their first sort of roll of the dice of really laying down foundations. So sadly, it's understandable from wherever, from the US, from Asia, some from Europe. However, thankfully that has come back. They have hired, if they had a target of 50, they've probably hired maybe 10 or 12. And that's a blend of relocation, a blend of hopefully some from us, some from other sources, of course, versus the local, as you rightly say, the family offices. Lots of muscle memory from COVID in that keep pushing forward. You know, we've been through this rodeo before. We need to keep going and grow our assets and grow our people. So yeah, there are pockets of activity still pushing through in the local families.
Where people are hiring, what are they hiring for? What are the positions that people are saying, no, we do need people here for this?
Sure. So a big trend in the last 6, probably 9 months is still fundraising, investor relations, capital solutions, whatever you want to call it, business development. It's raising cash. So whether that's, again, flying in someone from another geography who's known the region for years, or whether that's finding someone on the ground who's had lots of interaction with these family offices and sovereigns, as you mentioned, for years. Definitely that, as soon as you raise the first check, that's sort of almost like an acid test to Asia or to the US. Say, hey, look, we've got our first 100 million. We can dive in. We can set up a big office with big infrastructure, the license, the real estate. It all costs a fair amount.
Yeah, Oscar, hi mate. I'll tell you what the difference I've noticed in the last, 15 years, whatever I've been here, is the whole ecosystem is here now, right? So I was a previous broker. I was the only broker in the region for a long time. I should have done better, don't get me wrong, I did okay. But now you've got the big ones, ICAPS, Tullets, they're all in DIFC. So it's not just the transient nature that we saw sort of 20 years ago where people would sort of have a rep office here. It's now the whole trading system. So are you sort of seeing that people are sort of moving here that want to talk to connections with family offices, or is it just that the Dubai economy, UAE economy, is strong enough now that the base of it, people want to be here?
Really good point. Probably a bit of both. I think it's driven by their clients. So you've come from a brokerage background, which is one part of a very large pie. You've got the fund administrators, you've got the law firms, you've got the auditors, you've got everyone, the trust, offshore planning services businesses. Everyone is following a lot of their clients, whether that's from Asia, from London. So yes, driven by clients, but then I'd say equally it's because this place is developing. Because this place, the locals and the internationals are starting to get scale. And more interestingly, like one individual from Asia, and this is kind of sad because it's romanticism about London, they kind of bypassed the UK and said, thank you, but we're not opening in the UK. We're going to dump what we were going to dump in London. We're going to open all of it in Dubai.
That's the thing.
So they're sort of bypassing that geography and saying, hey, you know what? This is more attractive for people, for salaries, for tax.
Let's talk about those salaries, because this is your salary benchmarking report. So if you're saying that firms put on hold and are now hiring but maybe not at the rate of original plans for multinationals, what does that mean for salaries? Is there because we're talking about people who earn a lot of money, right?
Hopefully, yeah.
Is there a conflict premium at this level? Do people say that's great, but I will only move for X?
I've been saying this from the start, right? The push factors are still in place. If anything, bless him, dear old Andy Burnham, he's going to try his best. But the push factors from where we're from are still there. So talking to very senior hedge fund guys, they're like, almost everyone is going to leave London and set up here. So push factors done, right? They're still there. Pull factors, yeah, okay, that's had a bit of a blip, but 90% of the people we're talking to are still like committed. We're going to do it. It's just about where and when. In terms of salaries, it's very nuanced. So, we're not the New York salaries. A lot of people expect the New York salaries. I was speaking to one fund manager last night, been here a year and a half, and still sort of understanding that it is a lifestyle play, and they're never going to get the New York comp that they did, 10 years ago. So there are constant different nuances in play.
Do you think we've heard the narrative that people are looking to Q4. That's going to be where everyone's going to, things are going to get back to more sense of normality in terms of activity. Do you see the same thing?
Inshallah, mate, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think a lot of this place relies on conferences. And you saw the DIFC did FinTech Week in Madinat, which has now been moved from, I think it was March or April, is now in November. So, that block of 2 or 3 of conference season before the summer is now being picked up and dumped in end of Q3, Q4.
Right.
So that sort of trickles down to, yes, I genuinely do believe it, but like as a caveat to that, or a, whatever you want to call it, appendix to that, New Year as well, building for 27 as well, for sure.
Oscar Ariana Hyder, co-founder of Cordell Partners, talking to us about hiring in the high-end finance and fund sector. You're listening to the Business Breakfast, but at your leisure, you could listen to the Pit Talk podcast with Chris McCarty, who, of course, speaks to the Formula F1 driver Robert Doornbos on a regular basis. They've got a new episode every Monday. Obviously, all of this is building up to, in their podcast season, the Etihad Airways Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, early December. If you want tickets, abudhabigp.com.
Good morning, I'm Andrew Hosey. The UAE's launched a pest control project in Gaza to help reduce the spread of disease, funded by Operation Chivalrous Night 3. Elsewhere, Donald Trump has warned Iran he will target its infrastructure if attacks on shipping continue, and police in New Delhi have used tear gas to disperse protesters demanding the resignation of India's education minister over exam paper leaks that affected millions of students. For more on those stories, head to the ARN News Centre app.
This is the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Sponsored by ADGM. Download the ADGM app and transform how you live, work and thrive in the ADGM district. Future Ready with the Project Management Institute.
The Project Management Professional, or PMP qualification, is changing as businesses ask more of the people leading their projects. For Hani Al-Shazli, Managing Director of PMI Middle East and North Africa, the new PMP reflects what organisations now expect from project leaders.
One of the biggest changes is much stronger emphasis on business strategy and value creation. Previously, for example, business environment represented about 8% of the exam. Today it represents 26%. That tells you organizations are no longer looking for project managers who are simply there to deliver on time, on budget. They want leaders who understand why projects matters, how important it is to support the organization's strategy, and how it creates value for customers and organizations and the society.
Elevate your career today with the Project Management Institute. Visit pmi.org to learn more.
When the wealth landscape keeps shifting, but your goals remain the same, we're there to help keep you on the right path. HSBC brings you decades of global knowledge and expertise so you can build a personalised long-term strategy with a trusted relationship manager and grow your wealth with confidence. Start investing with HSBC World Trader today and get up to 3 free shares in a blue chip stock. Terms and conditions apply.
We're giving you even more ways to stay up to date with Dubai Eye 103.8.
Every weekday from 6 a.m. to 1 p.m, we're live on YouTube to bring you the stories that matter.
Covering what impacts the economy, your daily life, and everything in between.
Dubai Eye 103.8. Stream us live on YouTube and join the conversation.
Looking for the ultimate family staycation? Discover Sofitel Al Hamra Beach Resort in Ras Al Khaimah. Enjoy a private beach, kids clubs, and the Northern Emirates' longest pool. Tee off at the Championship Golf Course, unwind at the spa, or relax in luxurious pool villas. Exceptional dining awaits. Ask about our all-in escape packages and enjoy a truly carefree getaway. Sofitel Al Hamra Beach Resort. Call 07 209 6000. Book now.
Dubai Eye 103.8 podcasts.
News, business, talk, sport.
Michael, I'm going to ask you to go back to that day. My understanding is you were visiting the pool. What was it that caught your attention? What made you realise that something was wrong?
There was a young girl next to me and said, there's a kid on the bottom. So I put my head under and I saw there was a young lad on the bottom of the pool. I went down, grabbed his arm, pulled him up. It's choking me up. So because it was the deep end, I've got him in my right arm and I'm swimming with my left, but I'm doing chest compressions. So I looked at him and I didn't like that look.
He wasn't conscious?
No. I started chest compressions and I gave him mouth to mouth, and then he just had a big, like from nothing, the deepest inhale.
A remarkable story of how 5-year-old Kian was rescued from a community pool here in Dubai by a complete stranger. Michael, thank you very much indeed for your time. A real pleasure.
Thank you.
Hear this podcast in full now at DubaiEye1038.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Energy demand is rising. AI tasks are drawing tenfold the electricity than a simple search. There's a new pressure on our power systems. For more than 50 years, Middle East Energy has brought the industry together to find the solutions to today's energy challenges. This September, the sector meets again to plan infrastructure and build the grid of tomorrow. Join Middle East Energy 1st to the 3rd of September at Dubai World Trade Center. Find out more at middleeast-energy.com.
This is the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Sponsored by Dubai Investments. Powered by diversity. Investing beyond today.
Good morning. You're listening to the Business Breakfast. It is 24 to 10.
Business headlines on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Business headlines.
You just said it.
Dubai inflation rose to 5.7% in June on the back of higher fuel and food costs, although monthly gains were rising at the lowest pace in several months.
Meanwhile, UK inflation fell to a 15-month low, 2.6% in June, The country gets a new Prime Minister pledging to cut the cost of living, Mr Burnham. That inflation decrease on the back of food and petrol prices.
DP World signing a 50-year concession agreement to develop 2 new container terminals in Fujairah, creating an alternative trade route outside of the Strait of Hormuz.
We spoke to him this morning, Mr Darren. Commercial Bank of Dubai reported first half net profit of 1.7 billion, up just over 1%, as its loan book crossed the 100 billion mark for the first time.
That would be Darren Clark, the CFO of
Sorry,
CBD.
not Mr Clark, Mr Darren.
Telecoms operator Do reporting a 12.6% increase in first half net profit. That was supported by higher service revenues. That's despite the fact that lower tourist numbers ate into mobile subscriptions.
And in global markets, big tech earnings were mixed overnight, with Alphabet reporting a 14% jump in revenue to nearly $120 billion on strong AI and cloud demand, while Tesla and IBM reported weaker than expected results.
You're listening to the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Join the conversation.
Now, yesterday we had Nick Statmeiler on from Emirates MBD, and I asked him a question around what his view was on Fed policy, to which he said next move is probably a cut. And we had more questions for him, so he came back in this morning and we had a chat with him.
On the Fed view, no. I try to hold those for as long as possible.
Okay. Because the general consensus in the market seems to be that with higher inflation, energy prices going up, the interest rates, Fed policy, dot plot, whatever you want to call it these days, that the market could be pricing back in one interest rate hike in Q4. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, you're right. The market has been looking for rate hikes for a while, sort of vacillating between 1 and 2 hikes this year. The dot plot, which is a compilation of what the FOMC members think policy should be, is roughly evenly divided between those. About half of the committee are looking for at least 1 rate hike this year. The other half think that rates should hold steady, or one member even thinks there should be cuts. Our view is that they keep policy on hold. And the reason for that essentially is that even among the hawks who want to see rate hikes, they're willing to wait a few more months to get more conclusive data. And we think at this point that our base case is that inflation comes off just enough to assuage the hawks and get them to stay on board with keeping policy where it is.
Yeah, because the story that, when Jerome Powell, if anyone remembers him, seems like it was a long time ago he was head of the Fed, was the amount of pressure he was getting from Donald Trump. And that was the overriding narrative, was Donald Trump was like, right, if he's not going to cut interest rates, I'm going to sue him. Has the narrative moved to what Kevin Walsh does because he may come under pressure, or is the Fed still a very neutral entity in its own right?
Well, I think for the time being, the Fed is still very independent, but you're exactly right. What Walsh wants matters. And I think the market has misread him, because there was this narrative as he was being selected and approved by the Senate to take the chair position. There was a worry that he was going to do Trump's bidding and he was going to cut rates. And then he came out early on at his first meeting as Fed chair, his first press conference, emphasizing the risks of inflation and the fact that inflation is above target. And so that sort of hawkish speech got him I would say, assessed by the market as being hawkish and wanting to hike. But my read is that what Walsh is doing is trying to let the rhetoric do the work for him. As long as he talks about the possibility of rate hikes and rate hikes are priced in by the market, that's doing a lot of the work for the tightening, because what markets really respond to is expectations. So the expectation that there could be rate hikes actually ends up tightening policy effectively.
So is it a good thing that the market misread him?
I think so, because it actually reduces the pressure on actually hiking. The trick is if the market starts pricing imminent rate hikes at the next meeting or two, and we actually got to that point a couple of weeks ago where the market was close to 50-50 on a July hike. Those odds have pulled back after we got the latest inflation readings out of the U.S., which were milder than expected. But I think as long as the market projects some rate hikes over the next 6 months or so, that will allow financial conditions, because term interest rates stay higher off of that, and that tightens financial conditions and sort of does some of the work for the Fed.
Because it's something that Brandy and I were talking about yesterday. We were talking in the hospitality sector, the June effects and on rents and all everything, because there was a ceasefire, energy prices came down, so inflation numbers cooled off a little bit. Gas prices are still at the pump in the US, which is all Donald Trump apparently cares about, apart from deflecting it onto the Canadians and tariffs and all of that he seems to be doing. But it seems to be that now energy prices are back where they were. At a 2-month high we are on Brent. We're still 170 on diesel. That's going to have effects on the end user. The chance of that rate hike surely increases with that change in dynamic in oil markets, no?
Well, this really gets to an interesting point, which is that Fed officials look at core prices, excluding volatile food and energy prices. That's really the marker that they look for. And in the last CPI numbers from June, the headline number declined because there was a big decline in fuel prices. But even the core measure, which strips that out, was softer than expected. So there was good news, I would say, for everyone from the latest inflation numbers. But the big question is, after the lost inflation shock after COVID, with the fact that consumer price growth has been above target for several years now, this general assumption of the Fed that energy prices don't feed into broader price pressures is sort of challenged. So I would say that the Fed at this point is much more cautious about the energy price question.
Right.
But if you see evidence that that's seeping into higher transport costs and businesses are passing that on to consumers, then I think the Fed would act.
Can I just ask two quick questions about what all this means for us?
Sure.
We've had the Dubai inflation numbers come out for 5.7%. What do we need now in terms of a rate move?
Well, I think unchanged one hike from the Fed probably doesn't make a big difference to people in Dubai. But ultimately, even though rates matter, what really passes through into the local economy is the dollar. And to the extent that the dollar is influenced by the Fed, which it is, a stronger dollar, I think, would be a bigger headwind for the UAE and Dubai economy than 25 or 50 basis points of rate hikes.
Yeah, but the rate hikes are going to influence the dollar because the carry trades, or the so-called carry trades, will influence whether people look to buy them or not. I've just read your inflation report coming out of Emirates MBD. You reckon that we have likely peaked in June with this 5.7%. Given that the region is now in kind of conflict 2.0, why do you think we've peaked?
Well, there was a big run-up in energy prices, which passed into transport fuels in the first half of the year, obviously. Even if we hold current levels, though, in Brent, you will get a mild pickup in petrol prices, but you won't get those large month-on-month gains there. The other part of it is that housing, which is the biggest component of the inflation basket, prices have been sticky there, but we think that that rent growth will soften a bit, and that will also put some downward pressure on prices here in Dubai.
Nick Stadtmiller, Chief Economist and Group Head of Research at Emirates NBD, back by popular demand, because he left us on a cliffhanger yesterday by saying, I think there's going to be an interest rate cut next year. And we were like, wait, what? And then he was gone.
Meerkat moment. Yeah, absolutely.
So we made him come back, which we appreciate. Also a great morning to have him come in, because we did have those Dubai inflation numbers that came out in the last 24 hours. Nick putting them in context for us. Emirates MBD think that June figure, 5.7% annually, is the peak that we're going to see this year in inflation. You are listening to The Business Breakfast. You're listening to Matt Stanley. You're listening to Brandy Scott. You've been listening to Andrew Hosey. You've only got us for another 15 minutes.
Tragedy.
For today anyway, because we've got Matt coming back tomorrow.
Dubai Eye 103.8 traffic.
Sponsored by Yas Island Abu Dhabi. Need a place for kids to cool down and for free? The answer is yes. Book your Kids Go free package now at yasisland.com.
Yeah, been a pretty quiet morning on the roads for Dubai. There is a crash on Hessa Street coming up to the junction with the D86. minimal delays, but just take care there. It's Sharjah into Dubai that's the problem this morning. E11, E311, several crashes, very slow, all the way from Al Khan all the way onto the airport road, so just take care on the roads.
This is Dubai Eye 103.8.
Right, well, we've got some earnings to go through. We're going to talk about numbers next. Numbers, footballers, whether or not Matt has actually been messaged by an ex-footballer, I reckon his mates are winding him up.
Dubai Eye 103.8's weather check.
Sponsored by Air Arabia. From iconic landmarks to unforgettable cuisine, discover Rome non-stop from Sharjah. Book now at airarabia.com.
Plenty of sunshine today, but hazy, a little less humid than yesterday, with a high of 39 degrees. Sunset in Dubai at 7:10 this evening.
Your home of news, business, talk, and sport in the UAE.
There's more to come on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Time check with WEO Bank. It's coming up to 10 a.m. WEO Bank is born to back you, your business partner to help you grow. Download the WEO Business app.
The Debrief on Dubai Eye 103.8.
We are discussing the Costa Concordia cruise ship that sank off the coast of Italy in 2012. We're talking to a man who was actually on the cruise ship, Antimo Magnotta.
I don't know if you're familiar with Dante's Inferno. It looked like an inferno. Everyone looked to me like ghosts, soul, wandering. This is something that changed your life, of course. It's something that you will never expect. But I must say that the locals, to me, they looked like superheroes. All of a sudden, I received pieces of bread, hot tea. People, they just opened pharmacies and they were throwing paracetamol to everyone. I remember a woman shouting, "Is anyone in this piazza able to make coffees or teas? Just jump over the counter." So they were very scared and, they were caught by surprise. But they helped us like it was just the day after a disaster.
Weekdays from 4 p.m. on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Sponsored by insurancemarket.ae.
For over 3 decades, Dubai Investments has contributed to the UAE's growth through a diversified portfolio spanning across real estate, manufacturing, healthcare, education, financial investments, services and others. Powered by diversity and focused on long-term value, Dubai Investments is investing beyond today.
It's summer and it's time to switch off. But when business travels with you, staying connected matters. That's why this summer, with E&D business roaming offers, get up to 3 times more data on select plans. So whether you need to reply to an email or attend a virtual meeting, you're always ready. Our roaming offers start from 60 dirhams per day. To know more, visit eand.ae/business roaming or dial *177# to subscribe. T's and C's apply. E&D. Go for more.
Dubai Eye 103.8's One to Watch. Your weekly pick for what everyone's talking about.
7 years after the series wrapped, Game of Thrones is still one of the most watched shows on OSN+. Set in the world of Westeros, the fantasy epic follows rival families battling for power, survival, and control of the Iron Throne. Its enduring popularity shows just how strong the series remains with audiences in the UAE.
Find out what's captivating audiences next time on Dubai Eye 103.8's One to Watch.
InsuranceMarket.ae. We have insured Dubai families since 1995. The kids we covered then have kids we cover now. Get health insurance from InsuranceMarket.ae. Call 800-ALFRED.
Dubai Eye 103.8 podcasts.
News, business, talk, sport.
YouTube has announced the launch of a supervised kid account across the Middle East and North Africa, including here in the UAE. It's designed for families who feel like their child is ready to move beyond YouTube Kids, but maybe not quite ready for the unrestricted access to the main platform. Dr. Garth Graham, how does it work in practice?
The accounts are optional and can be set up for your child through the YouTube Family Center at any time. We usually recommend them for older kids, those around 13 and over. They come with 3 content settings for parents to choose from, broadly aligned with international content ratings, or if you want, you can manually select the content you're happy for your child to see.
Hear this podcast in full now at DubaiEye1038.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
This summer, your passport to Australia's nature's finest starts at Chemist Warehouse. Discover Australia's most loved wellness, beauty and everyday essentials. From trusted vitamins and premium nutrition to iconic skincare and health favourites. Experience the quality Australians have relied on for generations. Bring home the best of Australian wellness this summer. Shop in store or online at chemistwarehouse.ae. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
This is the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Sponsored by Bayute. Skip the guesswork. Connect with a trusted agent through True Broker on Bayute.
Good morning. You're listening to the Business Breakfast. It is 9 minutes to 10.
Currencies.
Sponsored by insurancemarket.ae.
Currencies. Not again, thin trading. What's happening? Cable, dollar sterling, 133.90. Euro dollar floating around 114. Philippine peso steady, 61.73. Indian rupee, 96.53. Trading right now.
Insurancemarket.ae. The worst part of a small accident isn't the dent, it's what can happen after. But with us, you are just one call away from your dedicated claims manager. Get car insurance from insurancemarket.ae.
This is the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Join the conversation.
Where earnings season has taken off. It normally starts with a trickle. And we did have a couple of days of sort of one bank. And then all of a sudden, last night we got CBD. This morning we've got the two biggest banks in Do.
It's a plethora of numbers.
That is.
What is the
collective noun for
a group, I would say. Bit boring.
Group of numbers? Set
Parliament?
of numbers? What was the set of? Was the set of...
That badger?
No, numbers-wise. It was definitely a... Right. We're going to Google that whilst we listen to one of the people who have been discussing these numbers with us this morning. He's the Chief Financial Officer at CBD. He's Darren Clark. They saw a 3% increase in their loan book, so people borrowing money. We asked him, what sector's that coming from?
That's good growth, and that's 3% on 31 December. So we've seen increases definitely in mortgages. So people still, they're calling this home, they are investing, they are staying, they're looking to buy places, put down mortgages and stay in the country and continue to grow and aspire for their future. So mortgages have been good, real estate loans have been good, financial institutions activity. So it's broad-based. 3% in 6 months is quite good. And we're really proud of that $104 billion in loan position.
And that is Darren Clark, the CFO at CBD. Did you solve the problem, question, answer?
No.
What do we pay you for?
You know, I'm going to write to management about that.
I can't find the collective noun. Oh, what is the collective noun for numbers? Oh, it depends what kind of numbers.
Set, isn't it?
Well, the internet's telling me things like, well, a dozen eggs means 12 eggs. It's like, thanks.
Yeah.
410, also not helpful.
Excellent.
A set of numbers was... I've literally having flashbacks to primary school, but I cannot tell you what I learnt.
What, at primary school or about
Full
numbers?
Stop. Okay, I can tell you I was very late learning to tell the time because I just thought it was boring. Right, we are also looking at numbers out from EMBD, FAB and Do. Out of all of them, is it wrong to say that I'm most interested in Do?
Not at all. Because you like proxy data?
I do.
Yeah.
The mobile numbers are really interesting coming out of Do for Q2. Where they've seen growth of 1.6% year on year. They themselves say that has been moderated by the start of the conflict, and their postpaid subscriber base, so that's most of us who either live here or your company's given you a mobile phone, so they say as well strong demand from the enterprise segment, looks great, up 9% year on year for Q2. The prepaid subscriber base is actually down by nearly 0.5%, and they say that is the decline in tourism activity. So I'm going to guess that those are the little cards you get at the airport.
Yeah, and that's fair play to Do for being so candid. They didn't need to do that, and they did acknowledge the situation. I think that's a key takeaway from those numbers.
Yep, I really like it when I don't have to go in and do that math myself. Their fixed customer base, so that is all of the home wireless internet. This is how your Netflix works, as well as companies saw for Q2 again 5.5% growth. They're also investing quite a lot in data centres.
Yeah, with was it Jimmy read Allen yesterday about building a data centre in Ras Al Khaimah?
We did.
So it's what, word of the year, isn't it? Data centre.
Or GPU. We had quite an education yesterday.
We did graphics processing unit. I remember seeing that. But no, I mean the big takeaway for me, again, I mentioned it earlier on, was no change to what the full year outlook looks like by Do. So bullish coming into the second half.
Yeah, there is a lot of bullishness that we have heard from our guest this morning. Darren Clark as well said that he was feeling all right about the later quarters in the year. And as he pointed out to me as I walked about the studio, when I said, how are you feeling about Q3? He said, Brandy, it's already July the 23rd. I know.
So, yeah, we're a quarter of the way through it already.
Good point. Well made.
Yes.
Come back, play with me tomorrow?
Sure. Love to.
What else would you be doing?
My normal job.
So overrated. Matt will be back tomorrow. I'll be here. I think we've got Serena back as well for Friday. But we've enjoyed Andrew Hosey as well. The agenda is next. Enjoy your day.
This is the Business Breakfast on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Sponsored by PolicyBazaar.ae. Get health insurance with exclusive PB Advantage benefits like no claim bonus and auto recharge from PolicyBazaar.ae, where the UAE gets insured.
The Score on Dubai Eye 103.8.
You're on Match of the Day, you're the lead pundit. The podcast, I've got to say, well done. The Wayne Rooney Show for the BBC. How much are you loving just your own brand, your own platform, Wayne, to get your thoughts and insights into the game across?
It's good because obviously why I've done the podcast, it was if you have opinions, and I found myself speaking to my mates after games, and they thought, why not try and bring that to life? And obviously with Kelly and Kay, I think they're really good and big help on it for me as well, and it's an opportunity for me to give my thoughts on whether that's Man United, Liverpool, Everton, whatever it is, on football in general. And I think people get to see me a game from a different side, which is probably, it was the right time to do it. It's difficult to do that when you are coaching, so probably been asked to do quite a lot of them, but just thought, why not do my own one?
Join the conversation.
Weekday evenings from 7
on Dubai Eye 103.8.
Over 11,000 businesses from all over the world use Jebel Ali Free Zone as a business ecosystem, a community that serves as a key manufacturing and trade hub. Attracting nearly 75% of Dubai's FDI in manufacturing, trade and transport, Jafza is home to companies across advanced manufacturing, automotive, healthcare, food and electronics. To see how your business can grow, visit jafza.ae.
Dubai Eye 103.8, One to Watch, your weekly pick for what everyone's talking about.
Descendants, Wicked Wonderland is this week's most watched movie on Disney Plus in the UAE. And it returns to Wonderland with Red and Chloe facing a brand new threat. After changing the past, they discover that their actions have created a new villain, Maddox Hatter, and must team up with unlikely allies to save the Queen of Hearts and Wonderland itself. UAE audiences will enjoy the mix of fantasy, adventure, and familiar characters in a fun new twist on the story.
Find out what's captivating audiences next time on Dubai Eye 103.8's One to Watch. This is The Agenda
with Katie Chambers
on your home of news, business, talk, and sport in the UAE.
Dubai Eye 103.8.
Yes, good morning and welcome to The Agenda. It's me, Katie Chambers, live on your airwaves right the way through until 1 p.m. today. It is Thursday, the 23rd of July. We've almost broken the back of the week and I hope you're having a good one. I've got lots to get through on the show today in the next 3 hours. Coming up, big question for you. If you have a child who is a student wanting to go to an American university, students from across UAE schools are reporting that they're struggling to secure visa appointments just weeks before the term starts, while there's a growing number of families that are looking instead to Europe and other destinations. We'll be hearing from some of those students who have been affected, plus asking companies that help students through this process if this is just a temporary backlog or the start of a much bigger shift in international education. If you're one of the students affected, get in touch. You can message me on 4001. If you're still planning a summer holiday, don't hit that button just yet. New research suggests waiting until later in the season could...
and then accordingly make a plan.
How many of your students are affected by this?
To begin with, I didn't have students this year. That's the honest truth. Earlier, I would have quite a few students, but given the current political scenario, given the geopolitical nature of things, given what is happening in the world and how things are evolving, families are having to think 100 times before making a commitment. And UAE is also trying to attract students to stay back, especially if they are talented, good students. I don't know if you're aware, if you're somebody who's doing well academically, you can actually get a golden visa. So students are looking at various things. And if they have lived here for 17, 18 years of their life and are very well protected and, they are looking at staying back and then considering options later.
Are American universities responding to all this?
They have been proactive, I must say. And whenever I have seen a student who's very, very keen on going, I have encouraged them to write to the university and keep them updated about the situation. Because should they need to do a deferral and apply for the spring term or be accepted for the next year or whatever it is that they choose to do, the universities also have been keeping in touch, writing to them. And in social media, in all other platforms, they have been telling international students they add value. They bring to the table different experiences that they want, and they really cherish that. And it's not been just now, it's always been the case. The people in higher education have always understood the value international students bring to the table. Aside from the money, because international students pay 4 times as much. Aside from that, they bring experiences unique to the places that they represent. So a student coming from the UAE is different from a student going from another country, from India, say, because the experiences there would be different. But when there is this whole conundrum of different experiences and everybody talking about what is happening in their countries.
Do you think this could mark a long-term shift with the US no longer being, that automatic first choice for those ambitious and perhaps even truly gifted students?
While I value American education and a huge fan, I know that it is definitely going to impact students. Because if you are not giving them the opportunity to stay back, you're not giving them opportunities to change their course or even to stay on and do some research and stuff like that, it is a negative.
Are you ready? Yes? No? Maybe? Hi?
No? Is that recording? Hang on.
It's okay.
It's recording. We can't stop now.
Good morning, I'm Brandy Scott. Welcome to the Business Brunch on Dubai 103.8. It's a Sunday morning, the 26th of July, and over the next 2 hours, we're going to give you the best of what Tom, myself, and quite a lot of help from Matt Stanley, what we've all been talking about this week on the Business Breakfast. This hour, we're going to hear from Savills commenting on Dubai's residential market in the second quarter. We're going to find out why gold is leading UAE's non-oil trade and how airlines are keeping Gulf flights moving with IATA. It's all coming up here on the Business Brunch. Welcome back to the Business Brunch. I'm Brandy Scott with you through till midday. Some of the best interviews that the team has done this week. Hello there, welcome back to the Business Brunch here on Dubai 103.8. We hope you're having a lovely weekend. We are going to flick through some of the best interviews that we think we've done this week. Wing it. This is the Business Brunch. Brandy, Tom, Matt, Andy, Serena, Isa, Benji, cast of thousands, keeping you entertained, informed, and maybe even educated this morning, because this is some of the best of what we've done this week. Hello there. This is the second hour of the Business Brunch. You're listening to the Business Brunch with me, Brandy Scott. More to come. You're listening to the Business Brunch with me, Brandy Scott. More to come. You're listening to the Business Brunch with me, Brandy Scott. That's our first hour done. Still more to go. Hey, this is the Business Brunch. I'm Brandy Scott. It's a Sunday morning, the 26th of July, and in this second hour, we are going to look at what Tom and I and our friend Matt Stanley have been talking about this week. This hour, it is all about property. Better Homes reckons conflict is bringing clarity to the market. We'll find out more. There's been a record-breaking villa that's been rented out on Billionaire Row. Not to me, unfortunately. And we're going to find out what a new AI data centre in Ras Al Khaimah tells us about the UAE's AI ambitions. That's all coming up in the next hour. And that is it from this weekend's edition of the Business Brunch. You can catch up on any of our interviews on our website, or you can search for the Bite-Sized Business Breakfast podcast wherever you listen. Have a good rest of weekend. Tom and I back tomorrow morning from 6 a.m.
That's it.
Thanks, Muffin.
Green licenses that have been issued, and really the aim of it is to recognise businesses that are putting sustainability really at the heart of what they do. It's designed to help environmentally focused companies, grow as part of something called the Expo Cities Green Innovation District. Two of the recipients, like I said, are in the studio. Joining me now is Mariam Kovaliz-Vize. She is co-founder of Watts, and Hachem Mahfoud. He is founder and CEO of RBT Collective. Hello, thank you so much to both of you for coming in wearing green. I didn't get the note, else I would have worn green myself. And really, talking about these new green licenses. How exciting. Mariam, let's start with you. You specialise in e-waste recycling management. So what's your reaction to being given one of these green licenses, and how is it going to help your business?
Well, first of all, hello. I am so excited to be here and share our incredible happiness and pride to receive the green license, because it's such a big token of trust for us. It's a real milestone for us, because only the companies with proven environmental governance and social impact can actually become a part of the district. So it's a real token of trust and credibility for our company, and we cannot be more proud than that.
Yeah, I mean, it is brilliant. I think only 6 have been given out, I believe. Yes. So really, really lucky. Mahfoud, Hachem, let me ask you. Sorry, saying your surname as your first name.
Mahfoud is easier, with the food in it, right?
Since you've said, remember it as Mahfoud, it's like stuck in my head, and I'm hungry. But anyway, you are behind the RBT Collective. And if you don't know what that is, listeners, that is Expo City's sort of food rescue program. You're turning surplus food into better things, I suppose.
I mean, our journey started with Expo 2020.
Yeah.
Yeah, our journey started at Expo 2020, and 5 years later, and over 250,000 meals rescued. It's exciting to see, to be part of the first cohort of the Green License.
Yeah.
I think this is important because it's not just a pat on the back. It's saying that sustainable businesses are real businesses. So I think credibility, as Mariam said, I think it's very important, and it will help us open doors to work with more clients.
Yeah, I mean, it's like getting a green stamp of approval, isn't it? I suppose.
Yeah, that's exactly that.
And Marion, how are you going to use this license now to your advantage? You know, expansion or?
Of course. First of all, expansion. Second of all, collaborations with other sustainability-focused businesses. Because, the difficulty with the sustainability is that very often you need to explain people what exactly you do and why you do it and why is it important and that why they really need to support the impact-driven businesses. Whereas when you are already a part of sustainability-focused district, that part goes away and you are only dealing with people that actually understand the value of what you are bringing in.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, sustainability, it was a buzzword. It's sort of gone away a bit now, isn't it? But I think some people can switch off, sadly, even though it's a really important topic, when you start going down that path. And like you said, this exposure you're getting by having these green licenses is very, very good. Hatcham, if I ask you, about food waste, yes. You've rescued more than 250,000 meals through Expo City's, is it Terrazzo programme?
Terrazzo,
yeah. Just explain sort of how food rescue works to anyone that doesn't know.
Sure. So we help businesses by rescuing their surplus food. And we do it in three ways. One is we do pickups in collaboration with the food bank. So in a hotel, if there's a buffet, after the buffet surplus meals, we manage to pick it up safely and take it to the right beneficiary. The second way we do it is we do smart fridges where we place them in malls or airports. Today you can find our smart fridges at Nakhil Mall and Ibn Battuta malls, yes.
Can anyone go and access that?
So, they are placed strategically in location to support the workers who are supporting the mall.
I'm not going to go and help myself, don't worry.
There's good meals there.
Oh, yeah,
It's great meals, yeah. And the third way is where we are heading and what we're focusing is our flagship Terrazzo Kitchen at Expo, where we're trying to change sustainability from the mindset around like charity and try to make a financial sustainable business, where we take all the surplus from hypermarkets and FMCG and try to put them together into meals. So we upscale it and create...
Can people go there now and eat there?
Yeah, you can come and visit our kitchen. And then we're trying to create these meals and sell it as affordable prices for people who are building the city.
Brilliant. Really, really good. And, let's talk now about your business, Mariam, at WACT. I have several cables at home, like a cable drawer. I occasionally sort them out and I'm sorry, but they'd go in the bin and I probably shouldn't be doing that, should I?
Yeah, and that's exactly why we built our company, because we faced the same problem. It's not only about cables, of course, cables and used batteries and all kind of Wi-Fi routers and TV boxes, you name it. But on top of that, there are also devices that contain personal data that people hold on to just because they don't know what to do with them. They don't remember what's on those devices anymore and how to switch them on. And yes, some people do throw them away hoping for the best in the trash bin. And others, they just hoard them over the course of the years, bringing them from one country to the other because they have no idea how to securely dispose of them. And like you mentioned, that the aspect of sustainability kind of moved a bit onto the sides recently. The thing is, with electronic waste, for example, it's not only about sustainability, it's also about cybersecurity. It is about fire safety, talking about lithium batteries. So, and there should be access to regular people to get rid of these devices, and at the same time, access to companies and communities to do the same thing without worrying about their data. And that is exactly our focus, this three-step approach with the security, safety, and sustainability. This is exactly what we do. We are planning on placing e-waste collection bins throughout the city to give access to people to get rid of their technology. But for now, we are helping anyone we can. So anyone can reach out to us and request a collection or a pickup. And we will collect and we will recycle, and all the data will be taken care of from the devices.
And am I right in thinking that even like the copper cables within like iPhone chargers, they're worth quite a bit? Is this the rationale behind it as well? You know?
Yes, of course they are worth a bit. There is at the same time the aspect of the operational costs to collect them, to transport them, to recycle them, to be licensed and certified. So, of course, there is a matter of recycling the materials and the value of the materials. And at the same time, there is an aspect of the fact that we need to close off the landfills, because this is the national agenda and we are directly contributing to that as well. And we've been building this for 3 years, and we are so happy that we finally reached a point where we are right where we need to be with receiving the green license. We now have dual license for mainland and for free zones. This is a unique opportunity that no one ever had before. We are the first ones to receive this.
What does that mean, having a dual license? What capabilities will that give you as a business?
It's much more flexibility for us to work both with the government sector, to work with the companies that are registered in the mainland and companies that are registered in the free zones. In terms of procurement, it gives a lot more flexibility for us and for the clients as well.
And are you hoping to double over the next 5 years? Like, you know, green license, it is a golden ticket, right?
Yes, definitely. There are a lot of opportunities for collaboration as well, and a lot of access to the roundtables that will be discussing sustainability and the direction that the sustainable development will be moving forward in the country. So we are extremely